Hey there, we should be live. Just doing a little bit of cleanup so that I can actually build a cabinet. If you got chatabilities, go ahead and shout something out. Got out a bunch of text, so give just a minute for people to wander in. Wander into Izzo's place. Let me tell you, the plan got ruined this morning before it was even fully formed. But we're gonna make do. That's pretty good for now. We got someone watching. If I was a betting man, I'd say Skylar. Come on, chat. Here you are. All right, welcome to Izzo's place. So it's our Monday plan. Normally the planning videos and the recap videos are, 10 to 30 minutes. But we're just gonna let this thing go until either I finish a cabinet or my iPad runs out of power. It is plugged in. It's just not plugged into anything very good. So the plan. What was the plan? So the plan was to build a cabinet today, and then it's a very simple cabinet, so I was planning on building it, priming it, painting it, installing it tomorrow. That's still gonna happen. Yo, hey Dev, good to see you. And then this morning I got a text. Well, I'll tell you the full plan and how it got ruined right away. So I was gonna build, prime, and paint a cabinet today. Still gonna do that. Gonna install it tomorrow. Still gonna do that. But originally tomorrow was gonna be 2 jobs, 2 installs. I was gonna go to the bookshelf, finish them, get my check, and then go install the vanity that I'm about to build. And let's see, what was Wednesday? Then Wednesday I was gonna be at the shop. Thursday I was gonna be at the shop, staining and finishing for several different jobs. Got a bunch of oak molding that I have to stain for a customer, the one with the vanity. Was going to make the doors and the moldings for that vanity and start painting them. And I've got a door for my mom that I need to stain or paint. I haven't decided which yet, so that way I can install that. But then this morning, I get a text from a customer that I was at their house for 45 minutes Saturday morning that they just tested positive for COVID. Yay. So this is day, so that was Saturday morning. So some of you were with me this weekend, and I wouldn't worry about it. The people, there's really, like, right about now is when I should be developing the disease, when I might be contagious. Like, this is the earliest I could be contagious is right now. So anyone that saw me this weekend, I don't think you got a problem. I'm going to be wearing a mask for 10 days. Going to be, and then Thursday is when I'm going to be able to test and get an accurate result of whether it's positive or negative. So I'll be testing Wednesday night, Thursday morning. If they're continue to be negative, I'll keep testing, but I'll wear a mask for 10 days, like the CDC wants you to. And probably at the end of the 10 days, I'll do one final test, and if it's negative, then we're good to go. So I left it up to my customers. So the customer with the vanity is having the granite measured on Wednesday, so she wants it to be installed still. So they're actually not home tomorrow. So I'm going to go in, tear out the old vanity, install the new vanity. I'll kind of wear a mask and gloves the whole time I'm there, and then sanitize as I leave, just in case. And then the other customer, the bookshelf customer, they don't even want to hear about me coming out until I test negative, and then we can make a schedule to get that job done. So we got roached a little bit, but it won't be that bad. I was also supposed to go to Columbus at some point, measure for another job, unrelated to COVID exposure. That got moved to next week anyway, so it's good. So we'll still build a cabinet today, though. Yeah. So that's how it went. That's how the plan already changed. So Friday we'll talk about what happened, what I got accomplished, what worked and what didn't work, and let you know. So the last time I did one of these, I played the radio, and we got the video shut down for a while. It still has a copyright claim, but I'm not monetized. It's years before I'll be monetized, so who cares? Let those artists get their money. But it wasn't fun having the video shut down, and it wasn't fun not being able to live stream. So I have a Spotify channel that is supposedly royalty free. So I'm gonna go ahead and try playing that. We'll throw it over the Bluetooth radio. Hopefully the content won't be offensive. If it starts like getting real foul mouthed or dirty or something, I'll probably shut it down. But at least we'll have some music while we do this. So I made an edited video. It's not done yet. Where I figured out the vanity cabinet and I have all my cuts that I need to make. So we'll get started with that and we'll go from there. That video will come up later and you can see how to lay out your own custom cabinet. I think last time I don't think the dust collector interfered too much. Wasn't very loud, so we'll have it. Oh, hi Emery. Oh, that's awesome. He's the only fan I want. Everyone else can unsubscribe. Just kidding. After the stream, if you want, on my random channel, I have a YouTube short that has like 900 views in the couple hours it's been live, where I make a croque monsieur. So that might be fun to check out later. All right, let's see. Let's find the boombox, because everything in my life is disorganized. You guys can be frightened for me if I ever get organized. You'll know something's probably very wrong in my life when I finally get organized. Come on, DeWalt, sponsor me. I know you're watching this video. They're not watching. Need a battery. Let's make sure. Turn the volume down right away. Don't want to get the copyright. Don't do it. Give me the Bluetooth. Oops. Is that all I have to do? Disconnected. Disconnected. This is scintillating YouTube material, isn't it? Okay, I think we're connected now. Is that Spotify? That is Spotify. So this is Blue by Counting Wolves, Jasper Rolstein. That doesn't sound bad. All right. So we'll see if it's actually copyright free or what YouTube does to me later. Cool. Alright, doors we're not making today. I'll do a separate video for doors. Stiles and rails are later. We're going to start with the plywood, sides and the back. I think I'm going to modify it to how I was going to make it. So I'm making it just out of 1/2 inch pre-finished plywood for the interior. That'll look nice. So my bigger pieces are 19 3/4 by 34.5. And my back is 36 by 30 basically. Like I said, I don't have quite as much fun as I thought. So let's see how we can figure this out. Alright, we'll see what else is in the bag. The raw maple I can use for the side. Could easily throw a couple of coats of clear on that. But yeah, it's the right width for the side, so we'll probably do that. So these two will be our sides. And for the boards that go on the bottom, those 36 long, they're also 19 3/4 wide. Alright, so the one on the very bottom is not going to be visible, so we can take it out of that. And then how best to use this? It's a full 8 foot. If I was going to do the back takes up 3 foot of that. Leaves us under 60 inches. I think I definitely want the middle shelf to be pre-finished, because that's going to be, professionally pre-finished, because that's going to be highly visible. So the bottom rail, the sides I'm not going to care as much about. Even the back, barely going to see the back. And I've got more raw maple here, so our back will make out of raw maple too. Alright, so we're going to at least make one of these finished. Oops, sorry, Philip. Live streaming, can't take your call right now. I should send him a link to the live stream. Not my usual brand of music. Can't type. There we go. Oh, come on. I don't usually do the scribo. It's kind of fun. No, don't do that. Again, scintillating YouTube material. Copy link, send link. Sorry, I couldn't answer live on YouTube, LOL. All right, let's get that music back on. All right, where were we? Okay, so one of these must be finished. rest I don't care about as much. So if we do that, finish this 35 1/8. It's about there. Let's not do that at marker. About there. What does it leave us? It leaves us 60. Now, we could be sneaky. And since this cabinet has a toe kick, we could cut the sides at 31 1/2. Excuse me, 30 1/2. So we could do that side that we wanted, or the shelf that we wanted here. Then we could do one side and one side. Those would both be finished. And then the main viewing areas would all be finished. I think that's what we're going to do with this. Alright, so what does that leave us? So that's one of those. We're changing this to 30 1/2. These are finished. Times 2. Nailers are no problem. Those can be finished. The back we'll do raw and we'll clear coat it. And then the lower level that you won't see because it gets a drawer, that'll be unfinished as well. So one is finished, one is unfinished. I wonder if I can tell it like I want something that sounds more like classic rock, but copyright free. I wonder. It's kind of fun, but it might get old. I'm just not into it. This is going to be unfinished. Alright. That's right, because we're going to make some noise. Chat. Oh, it is in. I gotta plug it in. Okay. You know, before we do that, we can cross cut 2 of the pieces first. At least 2 of them. Don't mind me, just missing a battery. Go figure. Okay, got my 108 track. I need my shorter track though. Oh. Again, if I could get organized, I would be a force to be reckoned with. It ain't happening anytime soon. Might have heard some language it didn't appreciate. this instrumental rock going on. Maverick by a band called Paris with 2 A's. Thought these gloves were worn out enough for it to look at. My two shelves, and actually there'll be enough cutoffs for the nails. Not big enough for the back. But we could do the back in 2 pieces.
New customers, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code Spotify to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place a $5 bet on anything.
Commercial's gonna get me in trouble? We're gonna turn that volume down. Okay, those are going to be for my back later. The advertisement is over. Howdy Tozy. Hi, Phil. Awesome to see you. Gotta get one of those. Yeah, you do. Have you ever whipped yourself in the face with a pencil? I've never done it to myself, but I've had people do it to me by accident. Hey there, Colleen. Hey there, Rex. Good to see you. Yeah, first time I ever wore this over to my in-laws. My father-in-law grabs it, looks at it, like, oh, that's neat. Let's go. It whaps me in the face. Thanks. If this is something anyone wants to do, it's the simplest thing in the world. You buy a 6-pack of ID holders, and then you buy some sort of mechanical pencil that fits in there. I had a problem when I had glasses. I could never get a pencil to stay in my ear like, like your traditional carpenter. So I actually I was halfway through designing like a gauntlet that would hold drill bits and pencils and a tape measure. I got halfway through designing that, realized it was probably going to be futile, something I would never actually build, and that project turned into this. So it's always handy. Good stuff. Alright, so we got sides, shelves, cut up. Guess we could put it together. Oh, so for anyone that's joined recently, so last time I got the copyright strike. So supposedly this is a Spotify channel that has copyright-free music. I'm just supposed to, after the stream is done, I have to go back, see what we listen to, and credit them in the description. So I can't control the content. If I hear any noxious lyrics, I will skip the track. But please forgive me if you hear something that I don't. Alright, here's my layout. Okay, I've got a video to edit and post later where I show how I drew this whole cabinet out to know what my cuts are. So that'll be sometime later in the week, and you can see how to design your own cabinet. Okay, our height is, the bottom shelf is 5/8 up off of the toe kick. So what I like to do a lot, since I'm not really using dados, I don't feel like buying a dado blade and setting it up all the time. Since I'm not doing dados, what I'll do a lot of times is I'll cut a strip of wood at 5/8 and then tack it on here just to give me a reference point. So I'll do that now. I'm going to put it on there with 7/8 staples. I should be a good boy. I'm live. So for those that haven't seen me use the table saw before, so when you're using gloves, I mean gloves are very important, keep your hands safe. But on certain tools, table saw you shouldn't use gloves, routers you shouldn't lose gloves. Because I think we're dealing with such spinny blades and higher PMs, the thought is that if it catches the glove, pulls you in, you don't want that. But everything else, we should be wearing gloves and eye protection, ear protection. I'm out, gotta reload. Alright, second one is going to be 8 inches up, so we'll cut a new spacer for that. We'll cut a full spacer. May as well double check that. Measure twice, not once. Oh. good that I did that though. Yeah, the space actually needs to be 8 5/8 off of the top of that. Because when I put the style on, the style space will be 8 inches. Okay, so there you go. And here I made fun of measuring twice. Those clamps in there. So sick of the sweet talk. Who keeps calling? Nate? Nate, I'm live streaming. I can't talk to you. Nate, if you're watching, I'll text you. Okay, very funny. My first live stream, I did answer the phone. It was okay.
Customers, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code Spotify to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place a $5 bet on anything. That's code Spotify, only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Oops, advertisement.
Restrictions apply. See DKNG.
Don't know if advertisements will get me in trouble. But also, I don't want to advertise for them. Hey, Tab. It's good to see you. Oop. Can't wait to put this on. Alright, let's do a review, just for fun, of DeWalt cordless nail guns. I love everything cordless. I mostly buy DeWalt so I don't have to buy other battery chargers. So the only thing I would say is wrong with these, I find that they shoot well, they don't jam very often. They're heavy. So that's why you probably noticed, like I was holding it, had to kind of reset. You know, if you had a pneumatic one, it would be a lot lighter. But if you had a pneumatic one, you'd have a hose to deal with, and sometimes the hose can get in the way. So, you know, pros and cons, pros and cons. Let's see if the advertisement's over. Nope. 5 more seconds. Oh, nope. Now we can, Alright, now we're gonna put the nailers on. Just keep telling yourself it's copyright free. I think this song is called Copyright Free. Alright, so what I like to do with the nailers is I find a longer board. I don't think this is probably the same size. That's the same size. I can cut it. Let me find a longer board. Anyway, the reason I like to do a longer board is I can set the board on top. Then I can clamp this board to it. Give me a nice, easy way to hold it while I shoot it on. Yeah, let's see what this band is anyway. The song is Fold by In Spirit. Oh, so this is too long. Alright, we'll have to scoot it down so I can shoot it on. And then we'll have to move it and do the other side the same way. We don't want it to overhang too much because it interferes with the gun. Forgot about that. Okay. Alright, this is only 4 inches wide because it gets an undermount sink eventually. So if there's any musicians in the listening group here, and you want your songs featured on a YouTube live stream, just send me the song and send me permission to use it, and we'll give you some exposure. I know some of you are musicians. I know. Crash and Burn by Kissing Candace. Ooh, Crash and Burn, they said the name of the title. That's always exciting. Yeah, if anyone hears anything funny in the lyrics, or if you get sick of it, text me or throw it in the chat. It's good rockin' stuff, but there's something about this genre. When they start screaming, sometimes I start laughing at it. Good thing I never go to a concert like this, huh? And this part I like. This is rockin'. This is screaming. Sometimes the screaming makes me laugh. Alright, so since I'm doing this without dados, to make it a little stronger, I'm going to put a couple screws in there as well. So it's not just stapled, and you saw I didn't use any glue because the glue's not going to stick to the pre-finished plywood anyway. So put a couple of screws in there, 2 or 3 per piece. That'll give it the strength we need. And then by the time we put the back on and the stiles on the front, stiles will be glued, of course, back will be screwed on. It'll be a nice, rigid little cabinet that we'll be dealing with. Drill. I need a drill. Drills are probably all in the van. I'll see in a little bit. Oop, hold on, what do we got now? We got... This is the song Dial Tone by Catch Your Breath. Oh man, it's dark already! No alcoholic drinks till later in the stream when we're less dangerous with the tools. What we got now? Frank Lucas. Now Frank wants to call me and see if I'll answer while I'm live streaming. Maybe I'll make. Should I make Nate jealous and answer Frank's call? Hey Frank, what's up? Are you watching me live? You better be. Yeah, I sent you. Well, maybe I didn't. I thought I sent you a text. Yeah, I'm totally talking to you on YouTube. So say something that'll get you in trouble when I answer it. Chris is the best. I would agree with that. Best at what? I don't have a clue. Yep. Yeah, what you got? Mm-hmm. I like the one that's paler. Looks a little less rough. I think it does a better job. It's easier to cut. Yeah. Yes. Buy it, get home, and watch my video. I'll be on for hours. Alright, cool, thank you. Building a cabinet. Yeah. Okay, I will. Hopefully your boys are at home watching it anyway. Oh, skiing! Jealous. Where'd they go? Nice. Cool. That's true, it's a good day for it. That's some nice snow out there today. Yep. Alright, cool. Alright, get out of here. I love you. Bye. Okay, so we'll send Frank a link after he's done at Home Depot. He can join the madness. Yes, I agree, Tabitha. We'll see if this does any better with the YouTube bot that likes to cancel things. But now I know what happened, so I can much more quickly get the video back up online. What was that guy's name again? Frank. Okay. Alright, let's do screws. We're going to try we're going to see how 1.25" does. And normally, so these particular screws that I buy that I usually use for cabinet assembly, I don't know how easy it'll be to see. So if you see, it's got that little slice in there. So that allows it to drill in on its own. So you don't really need a pilot hole. And then even the back of it, those little lines, they don't look like much, but they help cut into the wood as well. So you don't usually need to pre-drill this, but because I'm going into 1/2" plywood, I'm going to pre-drill it. And it should save me some hassle, the plywood not splitting and things like that. Also, with the plywood, you don't want to put it too close to the edge, because then it's more likely to split. So usually for plywood, I'll come in at least 1.5" so that way there's a little more meat, a little less likely to split. Now, if I took the time to dado stuff, the dado would eliminate a lot of those issues. But the dado would also add a whole bunch of time and effort into the cabinet. Let me go find a pre-drill. Where's my drill? There's my drill. Oh, there's no small ones in there. Oh, This is Solus by Stepping Sideways. So this is a little bit on the small side for what I want to do. Apparently most of my drill bits are on the Bear. So we're going to see how the first one goes. If it works, we'll keep going. If it doesn't work, I'll go get a bigger drill bit. Good boy, live on stream. Alright, that worked out well. So if you aren't familiar with the types of drills, so this one is just a regular twist drill. So it spins, it's got 2 different speeds. This one does not have a hammer on it, some of them have a hammer feature. So this is an impact wrench, so you heard it kind of making that noise. So it's supposed to give you, and I don't know quite scientifically how to say it, it's supposed to give you, like you hear that, it's like got some torque in it. So I don't know if it's actually like going in and out like a hammer drill would, but it's giving you something extra to help you drive in screws. And I find that wonderful for putting in any kind of screw pretty much. I don't know if I'd use them if I was like going with a masonry bit, going into tile or masonry with a screw, but for most of the wood carpentry I do, it works out real well. Empty Room by Indigo. NDGO is how they spell that. They don't spell it the real way. Parallel. I should have some 10 cents or out of plum jamming. What I should do. Not that loud.
Today on Hey Cody,
No advertisements. Just because I'm curious, I want to see how my short's doing on my other channel. I'm making a sandwich in it. Oh, another sub on this channel. Woo! Thanks, whoever it was. Oh, I haven't broken 1,000 yet. 943 views on the Croque Monsieur. And someone in the comments wants me to do a Croque Madame, which is the same sandwich, but it's got a fried egg on top. So maybe I'll try to do that later in the week. Since I've been exposed to COVID, I can't go anywhere. Yeah, maybe Wednesday or Thursday I'll make Croque Madames. Get a free online quote. We buy any car. Oops. Okay. Best Enemies by Nick Era. With enemies like you, who needs friends? we'll try to use the back to square it up, but I always do like to just check and see how we're sitting. So if you measure the diagonals, if they're even, it's square. So we're like just barely out of square, the way it's sitting. But we'll just make sure as we put the back on, what was we front, I think. That's probably it. Alright, so it's sitting square right there. So I didn't have a big enough piece to do the whole thing, so we're going to do it in 2 parts. So we'll split it right here on this shelf. So we're going to have one board, 20 5/16. The other board is going to be 9 1/4. (20 5/16) and 9 1/4 by what? 36 1/8, so that worked out. That's what I expected it to be. This is Only Be Mine by Arrows in Action. Oops. I only got 10%. We'll go ahead and plug it in after I answer a text. Alright. I have to balance it somewhere around here though. Or go find another chord. Oops. Come on. Don't mind me, just being weird here. Nah, it's not gonna stay. Alright, let's see. See if it'll hang from the cord. It is hanging, it is staying charged. Okay, we'll go with that for now. I got Apple Care on it if it falls to the floor. Okay. What do we got now? Oh yeah, my phone's here. Still charging? You are still charging. And this is This Time, also by Arrows in Action. Everyone chatting. What are you people doing here? So I missed the plan for what the week is. What is it? So the week got roached, Evan. The week got roached. Still gonna be. So the original plan was today I was gonna build this no matter what. I just was hoping to start earlier in the day. So paint a cabinet tonight, install it in the morning. Originally for tomorrow it was going to be I was going to go finish the bookshelf job, get a check, and then go to this job and install this vanity in the afternoon. Wednesday, Thursday I was going to be staining and finishing things both days, and then Friday hopefully installing some of that, or Friday would become just another day of staining and finishing. But I had a customer notify me this morning that I was exposed to COVID. She and her husband tested positive today. So the vanity customer is willing to let me come over while they're not home, wear a mask and gloves, and sanitize when I leave, so that way they can have this installed before their granite gets templated. And the other customer, the bookshelf customer, doesn't even want to hear about me coming out until I take a test on Thursday. So that's where we're at. So I already got a little roached, so we'll have another powwow on Friday and see how well the possible COVID week went. But yeah, I just find it very interesting, like the difference in the two customers. The one is like, "No, you're still coming out. Like, we're just gonna leave. You can sanitize." And the other customer is like, "You stay away from me. You don't come near." So, and I respect both views. It really doesn't bother me. So that's that. Ooh, cool. We got a female lead singer. Let's see what it is. The song is Jabberwocky by the band Red Hook. Yeah, it's annoying. And I know you were someone that I saw this weekend. So I was exposed Saturday morning, 10 o'clock. So based on that, if I got it, I'm probably just now getting contagious. So I think everyone I interacted with this weekend is fine. That's why I didn't really call. I notified a few people, but I didn't really make a lot of calls because I don't know if I have it. And even if I have it, it's probably... We'll see how I feel in the morning, basically. We'll see if I am installing this cabinet or not. So, but I'm going to go with the 10 days. I don't really have to quarantine, but I'm going to semi-quarantine. I'm going to wear a mask whenever I'm near someone. We'll go from there. And hopefully I won't develop symptoms. Hopefully I avoided it this time. I haven't had it since December of 2020. I had the original strain, I think. I don't think I even had a variant. It was well before the vaccines were available for everyone. And I've managed to avoid it since then. So hopefully this is another avoidance. We'll see. I do have all the shots and boosters I'm able to. So, of course, people have different views on that. So, yeah, we'll see. I'll keep you updated. Well, especially if I go positive. You guys have just dealt with this, so especially if I go positive, then maybe I'll reach out to some people, be like, "Hey, you probably weren't exposed, but I'm now positive." You know the phone calls we make now. It's annoying. All right, I'm gonna shoot this thing out. So I'm gonna do similar to putting the cabinet together. I'm gonna shoot staples into it and then put a few strategic screws in to make it nice and tough. It is sitting square right now, so I'm gonna try to move it as little as possible. You know what? I'm gonna check if this board is square. Kinda don't mind this song, this is kinda fun. Jabberwocky, I'll have to remember that. Oh, okay. Hold on now. I don't think this board's square, so we're gonna ignore the board. We're gonna keep the cabinet as square as possible. Sometimes if your board is nice and square, yeah, that's off. Sometimes if your board is nice and square, you can use that to square up the cabinet. But in this case, the board's just a little bit off. So we'll start locking it in, but we'll double check the cabinet for square before we're done. What's happening, guys? Is this a song or an advertisement? Nope, advertisement. Like I say, I doubt the advertisements count against me, but I just don't want to advertise for you. Now, if it was a Pete Carney advertisement, or if it was Inman Brothers advertisement, then I'd be all about it. Huh. That's weird. Just getting a text from the missus. I know it's a little pricier than retail. I did buy a bottle of Eagle Rare off of that Liquor Bros website. I'll let you know when I get it, Debbie. Let's see if any of these corners are square on this back piece. Yeah, that one's definitely okay. So that one might be the problem one, unless they both are. Oh, they're both out of square. So what that means is probably the factory edge was out of square when I cut it with the track saw. So I should have checked that before I cut. But like I said, the cabinet is sitting square. So we're gonna trust the cabinet. We're gonna shoot this on. Probably route off any extra that's on there. Advertisements are probably over. Now we're going to listen to the festival song by So-So. Love how organized I am. Awesome. Alright, where did the straight cut router go? What do you got? No, Color and Sight by Narrative. Alright, here, router. Where you at, router? Oh, I'm hiding. You can't hear me. Oh, I can hear you. I can't see you. Oh, yeah. It doubt it's on the van. It's gotta be somewhere stupid. Sadly enough, I was a bit like this even before COVID brain happened. So, just, but it is crazy like how much I wander around the job site now, um, forgetting what I was doing, forgetting where I put a tool. Someday I'll be organized. Probably right before I die. Ah, there we go. It wasn't here. It was 18 inches over from where I thought it was, so of course I couldn't find it. I'm just going to trim off the excess so it looks a little better, and then we can double check that it's square before I put screws in it. Okay, and we're back to routers, so I'm taking the gloves off. Okay, it is the tiniest bit out of square, but it's like a 16th out. I don't think it's anything that's going to affect us in any meaningful way. Was the router bad on stream? I think I was much farther away last time I ran a router for the video. Oh, we're still on no color. It's only got 5 seconds. Let's wait and see what the next. Smoke and Mirrors by Alesti, Kingdom of Giants. And I thought Mad Cow Medics was a funny name. Alright, let's drill some screws. I'm actually not going to put in very many, because with a lower cabinet, you really usually only put screws near the top, putting them into the wall. So I'll just put a couple in and make sure that it's nice and secure when it gets installed. But we're not going to overwhelm it with screws. I'm a fan of overbuilding things, but that's been tempered by age a little bit. So, like years ago, I'd have put screws like every 6 inches. But I come to realize you don't. Are we live again? Looks like we're live again. If it ever buffers, we must have lost signal for a moment. If it ever buffers, I should notice it pretty quickly and reconnect. So if you ever see it spinning or buffering, just try refreshing the stream, and we should be good. Turn that music back up. Oops! I hate it when I screen shoot my phone by accident. Stupid. Wish that was a feature you could turn off or something. Alright, what was I doing? I was gonna bring the volume up. No. Having issues, don't mind me. There we go. Figured it out. I'm a genius. The boy's a genius! Where was I? Shoot a couple more staples. Here. That's fine. What do we got now? Atom Bomb by Pretty Havoc. That's fun. Okay, that worked. So, since I've got this seam here, if I was doing three-quarter plywood, I could shoot like on either side of the seam pretty easily, and I might be able to if they had finished. But what I did is I actually just shot it, so it's kind of like one side of each staple going into each side of the plywood. And it looked like it worked the first time, so we'll keep going. Okay, looks good. Alright, we can work on the style soon. So, I don't think I explained what the cabinet's going to look like. So this is the bathroom vanity. Her plumbing's coming in pretty high on the left here, so I was able to give her a drawer down here instead of wasting a lot of space with the plumbing. So this plumbing should come in, do our trap up to the sink, and then she's got a nice deep drawer down here for whatever storage needs she has. So that's why this cabinet looks like this. Before we start in on the face frame, I'm going to build a toe kick real quick. And we're at 30.5, so we're going to do a 4-inch toe kick. Alright, cabinet's gonna be 21 inches total. So I'm gonna make the toe kick 18 and then put a 1/2 inch finished piece on the front of it, so it'll be 19 total. Or 18 and a half rather. And that'll give us 2.5 inch kick. That's pretty good size. So 18 by 36. Okay. The chop saw is behind the camera. So sorry, you can't see me do this. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any Mad Cow on me. I think Amber does on her phone, though, so I'm going to have to figure out a way or find one of our old demo CDs. But that is definitely something I have to locate and digitize. Switch it up to 1.5 screws for this. I'll double check. I'll see if I got any Mad Cows on this. Still on an advertisement. Alright, Imitation Heart. Dismiss. Imitation Heart is the song, Honey Club is the band. Oh, it's even got a video. I don't use Spotify too much, it's kind of neat. Alright, but let's look in the music. Where's my music? There is nothing on this phone, it looks like, by the Mad Cow Medics. So I will work on getting some for a future live stream. Okay. Where are we at? To 18%. Where's my iPad at? iPad is, come on, swipe down. 37%. Okay, so we're not running out of power anytime soon. Good. Did you hear something? I think it was just the neighbor 2 doors down shutting his car door. Just don't like to be snuck up upon. So now the door's locked. Did I say sneaked? Did I say snuck? Me, I'm not always good English. Devin, if you're listening, I know you're a Milwaukee guy. Do you guys have any of the cordless guns from Milwaukee? The couple that I've used in the past have been very good. Or if anyone out there in YouTube land has used the Milwaukee, let me know what you think of the Milwaukee guns. YouTube land. Boop, boop. That was an email. Yeah, funny thing I noticed when I do a live stream, YouTube will email me informing me that my channel is doing a live stream. Although I guess that's good if I ever get hacked. But it's like, yeah, no duh. So as far as I can tell, it used to be that you had, you had to have 1,000 subscribers to live stream. And obviously they changed that. And the new minimum is 50, but it seems like it's limited. Where I know sometimes when I watch live streamers, you can basically watch the stream immediately when they're done. With mine, they seem to wait 24 hours. I think they would even limit like how many people. If somehow a bunch of people stumbled onto it, I think they limit how many can watch at one time, but I don't know what the number is on that. It's been a weird little learning experience. Alright, so there's the kick. I'm going to put a piece of half-inch on so that we can attach it to this easier. Let's see what kind of scraps I got. This will work. That's not big enough though. We could do a couple going across like that. Yeah, let's do that. 18. So I gotta hold these in just a little bit so it doesn't interfere with this part. Excuse me. Hold it in 1.5 inches just for kicks. Got a tingle. Alright, COVID! I hope not. What's up, chat? Cool. Well, yeah, I was wondering what the weight is like on the Milwaukees. Because the DeWalt's, they shoot well, they don't jam very often, but they are heavy. And I feel like the Milwaukees that I've touched, has been lighter, but I'm trying not to do another battery system. Hi there, Shelly. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Yes, I also talked about that. Yeah, if you are an aspiring artist and you have songs and you want them played on a platform, I will gladly play your songs. And I don't know how that nonsense works, but if I ever actually started making money, obviously I would have to pay you royalties. So what's everyone's dream band? Like if you were in a band, what would you play? Like as I've gotten old, I want a band that plays reggae and polka, and not like a combined genre. I would like play 3 reggae songs and then 3 polka songs. I think it would just be a wonderful party band. Let's see who we're listening to right now. The Void. That's the song. I'm assuming that's the song. Maybe I've been doing these backwards. And the band is Soul State. SOL State. Yeah, The Void. Wait, hold on. Dismiss. Get out of here. I'm assuming The Void is the band. I'm not super good with Spotify. I'm more of a Pandora kind of guy. Although, I did get sick. I don't know if they still play that ad. Do you know do you remember the Rancid Poop ad on YouTube? Like, you see it before every video. It drove me and one of my sisters so nuts that we bought the premium so we don't have to watch commercials anymore. It was worth it. Just, Toxic Poop, not Rancid. Toxic Poop. I hated that commercial so bad. So now I get YouTube Music since we waste our money on paying for ad-free YouTube. But, I can't knock it. We did the family plan to keep the price down a little bit. Alright. Let me do my gloves. Silly boy. And we got any good jokes? Throw them in the chat. And of course, by good, I actually mean bad. I only like bad dad jokes and puns. Okay, watch your ears, everyone. We're gonna run the router again, just for a few seconds. We don't have any cordless nail guns. Okay. Yeah, like I said, the couple times I've used one on other people's job sites, it's been pretty wonderful. Especially the 23 gauge headless nailer. That thing is sweet, and that's just a 12 volt, the 23 gauge. All right, it's gonna be loud. Gotta take my gloves off. Okay, that's it for the router for now. That will do, donkey. That will do. Double check. Yeah, it's just the same one. 7/8 shouldn't go through. Find out. Nope, didn't come through. Okay, now we got a toe kick. Okay, it's style time. We're gonna put the solid wood face. We're gonna do maple because it's gonna get painted. I tend to do, unless it's a big expensive job and the customer's trying to get me down in price, I usually do maple when I'm painting because you usually can't see the grain lines. But if you do poplar, you'll sometimes see the grain lines still through the paint. So I try to stick with the maple. Well, like I said, unless the customer is looking for a better price. I had one job a few years ago where I was painting oak. The customer wanted all that heavy grain, and it's getting painted 2 different colors, a dark gray and a light gray. It was for it was actually for the Devin knows. It was for your cousin Nathan, who was that eye store on or optometrist on 615. Alright. So if you watch the video later, where I talk about when I'm designing this, I talk about having a 3.5 inch style over here and a 4 1/8 style over here. But this is also going to get decorative fluting on the side. So if I don't have a board that big right now, because I realized that I might not, we're actually just going to put a real small style on it, and then later, and I'll probably just put a piece of junk wood pocket screwed into the back of the style, and then it gets covered by the fluting later, so it doesn't matter. So let me go see what I got. Be right back. Alright, plenty of small stuff. I'm gonna go see if I got any bigger boards that I can plane down. Alright, find some slightly wider stuff. So we'll do the wider stuff on the outside. We'll do the small stuff on the inside like I planned. Yeah, we might have to just plane it down just a hair to match this other stock that I have. The other stock is a little shy of 3/4, just barely. Maybe it's right up. I imagine the planer is going to be loud. So I'll get everything all prepped. I'll get it cut closer to size before I start the planer up, because it's probably going to be loud. And I don't know if I'm going to leave the camera here, if I'll move it maybe further away. This is Tail Lights by Inconsistent Me. So, let me check that. I want to check the picture again. Oh, I could show you guys the picture that the customer likes that I'm kind of modeling this after.
customers. Download the DraftKings.
Nope. Where are we at? Sorry, it's gonna take a moment of scrolling. Wow, 5-hole list watchers? You guys are wonderful. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this was, all right, the color's not the inspiration, but this is the vanity that she liked for the style of it. So let's see. Oops, I always forget where the camera is. So that's what we're looking at. So the way her plumbing is, we're able to give her a deeper drawer than we're showing there. But we're keeping that same style, the two doors with the drawer underneath it. And then what I was looking at, oh, okay. Okay, cool. So she's doing a detail where we've got the plinth block and then the fluting. And I think I could buy that. I've never made one. I would have to buy a special bit to make that. It might be worth it. I don't know locally who has one. I've made fluting before, but a lot of times with these moldings, it's the stuff at Home Depot, Lowe's, and Menards is just as good. So a lot of times I've just been buying it instead of going through and making it. But I don't know, for the right project, I would go ahead and make it. But that's what I'm looking at. So what I just was noticing. See, it's hard to tell in the picture, but it looks like the fluting stops at the toe kick. So originally, when I was looking at that, I thought the fluting was coming all the way down. So I was going to bring the side stiles all the way down, and then just have the toe kick behind. But now I'm looking at it, and I think it does actually have a toe. I'll go across the course, and I'll cut a piece and paint a piece of toe kick to install afterwards. All right, cool. Let's see if the advertisement's done. Yes, now we, I don't know if this is gibberish or another language. We have Nos Supirs with Hey Life, or no, actually the other way around. Nos Supirs should be the song, and Hey Life is probably the band. Maybe not. Let's look. See if I can figure it out. No, I don't want to. Sorry, they're telling me to save the song in the playlist. This doesn't sound bad though. Alright. So I'll probably turn you around in a little bit so you can see me do pocket holes. Or, well, that machine's small. I could also just bring it around front. Try to plug it back in. Sorry. Okay, we plugged in again. Oops. We are Peaches P. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we're working on the vanity. We got the carcass built. That's what I've heard, the plywood part of the box call it is the carcass. So we're going to work on the face frame now. No, I don't. I'm going to get this out of the way for a little bit. Okay, and like I said, we're going to be using the planer. It's probably going to be loud. So I'm going to do as much prep work before we get to that point as I can to try to save your ears. Okay, this piece is long enough to do both of the side styles. So we'll plane this. Actually, that could work out good. So we'll probably plane that till it matches this small stock. And that'll be the only thing we need to plane. Okay, these are all 1 1/8, which I thought I measured them at 1.5 inches. So that's annoying. Excuse me, I said that wrong. These are all 1 1/16 inches, and I thought they were 1 1 1/8. It really doesn't affect anything, though. Not enough to worry about. Okay, so we'll need 2 of these, but they don't need to be planed. Okay, hopefully that wasn't too horrendous. How bad was it? That should be it for the planer tonight. Should be no more planer. Alright, what song are we on? Now we're on Gravity by Everest. Okay, so now we gotta cut our stiles. I know that the two side ones need to be 30.5. I know that the three rails need to be 35 1/8, but I suppose I should double check that. Alright, so we're going for a flush interior. 35 1/8 will work. That's nice when it actually lines up with the drawing I did earlier. Okay, so our two side pieces are 30.5. So this is kind of an inside joke for any that are watching that are in Adventures by Carney's Discord. But one of the nights this week, maybe tonight if I can remember, I'm going to go home and make a martini and put an entire potato in it as a garnish and send it to Pete. Well, if you don't get it, don't worry about it. It's probably not that funny anyway. Oh yeah, got some screaming. Okay, we're gonna pocket hold the styles together. Pocket holing is a wonderful form of joinery. And I bought myself a sweet machine a while ago to make it go faster, at least here in the shop. Alright, so what I like to do in order to get them to line up real nice is I'll hold the style on here and make some marks. Well, this one's going to be flush, so I'm just going to put it next here. Then I make a mark on the back where the top of this shelf is, and where the top of this shelf is. Although, technically speaking, this one should be flush with the bottom. And it's getting a drawer, so we're going to go ahead and do that. So flush with the bottom, so I put a little X. So I know where to screw the style in. Oh, sweet. I should get some. I should get some Izzo branded headgear. You can get it on Amazon. Adventures by Carney. Thank you for joining us. That's awesome. Single or double what? Sorry. So anyone watching that isn't already subscribed to Adventures by Carney, his energy and positivity inspired me to start these channels. So even though our content's quite a bit different, that's the man you can blame right there if you're bored. Okay, now we need the style. So Pete, I'm trying this thing out. Thanks, it's a disaster, but thank you. I'm trying this thing out, Pete. Supposedly this is a copyright-free channel on Spotify, so we'll see what YouTube has to say about that later. Not that I'm monetized. No, I'm not. Sorry, sometimes the screamo makes me laugh. Nice. Aw, thanks, Carney. Oh, single or double vanity. So it's just a single. It's a little bit wide. It's 43. I don't think it's quite wide enough. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Pete. Yeah, single vanity. It's pretty wide. It's only 43. Probably couldn't put a double in there if you wanted to. And the other interesting thing about this vanity is the way it's built and the way it's plumbed. Is the plumbing should be coming in pretty high up right here, so I was able to give her a big old drawer down below for storage. All right, we're gonna pocket hold this sucker together. Good enough to plug it in. So this is what the pocket hole gives you when you drill it, and then you use that to attach it to the style. That's it for pocket holes. Don't think I have my 6-inch square drive bit. Alright, I gotta look around. Alright, have fun, Pete. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Yeah, the pocket hole machine is great, Dev, and I know you're local, so if you ever need to borrow it, you just let me know. That is a great idea. So I'm actually, I don't know if he's already left, I'm actually planning a project for Adventures by Carney, but it's probably going to be a couple months before I can get to it, but then ship it down to him or drop it off. Alright, I have to go find a particular bit. I'm not sure where it is, because I'm so organized. So this might take me a minute. Let's see what we're listening to. All Good by Never Tell. Oops, and
New
now
customers,
now we're
download the
advertising.
DraftKings Sportsbook app and
No.
use code
I
Spotify.
don't want to advertise for you people. Even if it wouldn't get me in trouble. Just want to do it. Okay. Alright, so the way this is going to look then... Where's my marks? There's my marks. Alright, so we'll glue this and screw it together. These styles aren't quite wide enough to put two in. A lot of times it's nice to put two pocket holes in behind, but that is not happening today. So this will go just like this. Then after it's together, we'll get it attached to the cabinet. But I have to find, oh, you know what? I might have an alternative than that bit that I usually use. What do we got in here? If I do a 2-inch bit with a regular magnetic holder, that might give me enough clearance to get in. That should work. It's going to be close. We'll try this, and then if not, I'll go searching for that bit. Now I also need a clamp. Where's the clamp at? The advertisement done. Dissimulation by Andromeda. Let's see what they sound like. All right. Alright, just for fun, let's cut open a pocket hole so you can see what's going on for those of you that don't know what it is. I'll tell you what, I'll drill a half pocket hole. Not quite, let's go with one more. Alright, that's a little better. Alright, so here's a cross section of what I drilled in those ends. So then this is the pocket screw. It's 1.25 inches long. That's a good size for 3/4 styles. So it goes in there. Of course, it goes in the pre-drill, and then that nice head there goes up against this wood here and draws things together, holds it nice while the glue dries. So that's what's going on with the pocket screws. I hope she clicked on it. Someone loved the text that I sent, but I don't know if they're clicked on the link. Let's see if Devana shows up on the screen. Message retracted. How dare you? Just kidding. Okay, need a clamp. That's right. Give me a sec. 'Cause I'm so organized. Ooh. All right, so I'm not sure where my clamps went, so I don't want to. Lady Jack, hey there. Hi, Devana. Cool. Glad you're here. Cool. Yeah, I would definitely say that. Would definitely say my quality is better than Home Depot. I mean, some of it's not bad, but feel free to message me in the Discord and give me the information. We'll figure out something together. Hey there, Devana. All right, so I don't know where my pocket hole clamp is, so I've got these sweet caulk style clamps, and we can use those in a pinch. Okay, I need glue. Where is my glue? Oh, it's right here. Good. Didn't have to wander all over the place for change. You know what we're going to put down? My bench is getting a little rough. I'm going to put something down to clamp onto. Okay. This is the bottom, that's the top, that's the middle. Okay, for some of the newcomers, the music is a royal copyright-free channel from on Spotify. So I can't promise what it sounds like. There's been some interesting rock music so far, and I'm trying to keep it clean. If I hear some swears, I'll as I catch them, I'll skip the song. But if you hear anything, please don't judge me too harshly and let me know, and I'll get rid of it. But it hasn't been too bad so far. I think there's really only been one song I skipped. So that's the joint we just did with the pocket screw. And from the front, looks nice and tight. And of course, once the glue dries, that'll help out too. Alright, so something I've been doing lately, because it's been making it easier, is I've actually been finishing the fronts separate from the cabinet. So I'll probably sand this up and start painting it. Probably leave the live stream going if you guys want to watch paint dry. But I'll find some other interesting things to do in between coats. We'll figure out something fun to do together. And then, so what I'll probably do is I'll probably do 2 coats. I'll do a primer coat and 1 coat of color, and then attach it to the cabinet, and then give it a final coat. My day started real late, so I'm basically not stopping until this cabinet's done, because I sort of have to put it in tomorrow. Yeah, that's been a thought too. I've neglected that poor channel. I really need to actually record videos for it and practice some songs again. But yeah, I thought about that too. I don't remember. It was really, we were really good in my mind, but I probably have some recordings of the high school orchestra. But I imagine I'm probably not as good as I remember. Might not be listenable. But I will at least find at some point some Mad Cow Medics. That was the band I had in the late 90s. I'll at least find some of that and play that. Well, if I talk to Jerry Kish, Jerry Kish writes electronic music. I wonder if he wants his stuff featured. Alright, what we got now? The only drawback to having the copyright-free music is I'm going to have to... The requirement is I'm supposed to put all the artists in the description. But that's okay. That's my problem, and that's later. What am I looking for? Just checking notifications, don't mind me. Okay, nothing important. Okay, so this song is Cult by Hostile Array. Oh, that's good to know, Devin. Gotta contact the Birdman. I wasn't wearing my gloves. Now I got a splinter. Always wear your gloves, people. Except for those times where you're not supposed to. Okay. Let's give ourselves a little bit of room. And our bench is extended. That easy. Oops, but not enough. Of course not. Okay, I like that. Have an angle on it. That looks better. I don't know if you can hear the train in the background. The shop's like 200 foot from a train track. Oops, forgot to clamp it. Yeah, we'll release that. Come on. Alright, that should be the styles. So I don't want to attach it now, but we're going to set the cabinet down and line it up and make sure that it looks like it's fitting. What do we got? I saw something flash on the chat. I actually found one more Mad Cow sticker myself. It's going to go on my bass guitar when I fix it up. Fresh off the 4-track, yeah, baby. All right, have a good evening, Devana. It's great seeing you. Lady Jack, I might start calling you that when I see you in person, too. This is Rise, From Fall to Spring is the band. All right. Feels like stuff is lining up like we want to, so that's good. Alright, I think this is going to work. Okay, so next, I don't think I have any brushes. I would like to sand this and paint it. We might, what time is it? 7:32. I might have to drive to Home Depot or Lowe's. You guys want to go with me? That would be weird. Let me think it through, and maybe I'll look around, see if I got a brush. So that was another business idea I had thought of. It was like, I mean, you see car supply people drive into the mechanics. So I was thinking I should have a movable, a portable, no, it's not the right word, just mobile tool shop. Keeps some stuff and some tools. Maybe even make it so you could like rent the tools from the day. But I'm too lazy to figure out the logistics of that, so if anyone wants to steal that idea and use it, feel free. Just give me a discount when I order from you. The other idea that if someone wants to do the logistics and figure it out that you can have is there needs to be a deli inside of construction stores like Lowe's, Home Depot, Menards. And I feel like the trick to making tons of money with that is you need to make sure that you have a deal with whatever store it is, and that they can use their, let's say it's Home Depot, that they can use their Home Depot credit accounts at your deli. That's the way to make sure you make money. Because I am always hungry when I go in there. So if we had a deli in there, yeah, we could call it Sub Depot, Deli Depot. But again, I'm a little too lazy for some of these brilliant ideas. So if anyone isn't lazy, knows the logistics, feel free. Just give me a sandwich when you do. Alright, let's sand. I don't know how loud the sander's going to be. I don't think I've done a sander on a live stream yet. And let's put away the pocket hole. Yeah, we'll put it away. Of course, putting this away for how disorganized I am means getting it barely off camera and setting it at the nearest blank location. And there's not many of those in this shop. Okay.
The Louisiana Swamplands. Now here's lunch for your enjoyment. Make sure you end up on top of the all-powerful line of Kia SUVs. To tell you about Explorations Rental. Equipped with available all-wheel drive, higher ground clearance, and interior capacity to bring everything you need. Clear order to make ahead. You look at Kia dealer today to find out wherever picked up.
So I'm not the best painter. I would maybe say adequate, barely adequate. So if anyone's got a suggestion of what grit to sand it to, I'm thinking I'll do 180. But we'll start with something rougher than that to make sure everything's flat. Alright, if the noise is horrible, let me know. We'll figure something out. I'll sand for just a few seconds and then I'll kind of check the chat. Ooh, excuse me. Check the chat. If it's not tolerable, let me know. Alright, I'm gonna talk for a second while we wait and see if anyone says the noise is bad. Depends on the finish you're looking for. Yeah. I don't know, smooth. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 180 and then just see how it goes. Okay, so when you're sanding, at least this is what I've found. I don't know, there's probably different schools of thought. So I've found keeping it as flat as possible is best. Sometimes if you got something that's uneven or some sort of mark in the wood, you're gonna be tempted to like come up and grind on it. But if you do that, you have more of a tendency to dip things. And so I've found you just keep working that area. But as you saw, you know, I never stayed still in one spot. I was always moving. So I found that's the best way to get a nice flat surface. I don't know why I flipped that. Didn't have to. What do you think about that 180 grit, Devin? You think I should go finer than that? And I am painting it. What was I gonna do? Oh, my phone's here, dummy. It's hanging from the power cord. Let's see how my sandwich video is doing. This is Skywriter, also by the band So-So. Seems like that So-So is a pretty decent band. I'll have to check them out. Let's see how my sandwich is doing. Yeah, 1.1 view, 1.1K views, 32 likes, 2 comments. Copyright claim, yeah, so what? Never make any money anyway. Fun. So yeah, my Croque Monsieur video is over 1,000 views. That's fun. I had a really stupid, short video on the random channel. Almost get to 10K. Just didn't quite make it. Did the song end or did I do something? Ooh, but we are at the point in the job where I'm probably not using too many power tools. So maybe the bourbon can come out. We'll finish the root beer first though. Alright, where was I? Over on this side. Alright, so I'm gonna keep sanding. Hopefully it wasn't too loud. can't hear it, but it's the song Pretend by the band Everest. Sure enough, while I'm saying it. Okay, got it flat. Sanded to 120. We're gonna sand it to 180. If I could find a 180 sand. Cause that's how organized I am. Oh good, it's one of the quicker finds this tonight. Forgot this is for... Did I already announce this one? I can't remember. This is Purest Fire by the band In Fear. good scream in there. Alright, so I was thinking about it. And I've got some little foam rollers. That would probably be better for the paint anyway, instead of doing a brush. So I'm going to pop the cabinet down off the bench and get some of the dust off, because that's the only disadvantage, having like the full... not too much. I just I did check with you to see if you thought 180 was good for painting. So we're gonna pull the cabinet off the bench. We'll kind of clear the bench, get as much of the dust off as possible. It's a dusty environment, so we'll put a coat of the primer on. We'll kind of see how things sit, sand it a little if we need, and then start putting the color on. How dare you walk away from my live stream, Devin? Take care of your son? Where are your priorities? Oh, actually, that Pete had a really good idea. I should totally get some Izzo brand hearing protection, safety glasses. I feel like I'm a little small to be worrying about that now, but gotta think about the future. And if I ever start playing the cello again, maybe I can tour with Lizzo. It could be a Lizzo-Izzo tour. Mostly kidding on that one. I don't have to get the cabinet off, we'll just kind of get it out of the way. Okay, cool. Thanks, Deb. Alright, so this is still a little scary looking. So I'm gonna get something to put down. Oh, hey! None of that now. This gets skipped. Hopefully you didn't hear that. La 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 la. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about anyone that heard and was offended. All the boards I can put on here are 8 foot, so we're going to take the cabinet off after all. Alright. So I kind of will keep a board on here until it gets too bad to work with, but it's just sitting on top of the bench. Cool. Thanks, Shelly. Yeah, I'll probably be up for a while. What time is it? Almost 8. Yeah, I'll be up for a while. Feel free to check back in. All right, so I'll just put a piece of core pine down, a particle board, and use it till it's kind of roached, because underneath it is a little bit smaller bench, but it's very sturdy. So I haven't had any problems. So you know what? Maybe we'll just flip this. The back's a little messy, but it's a little less messy. So I don't know when I'll have time for it, but I actually have the hydraulic guts of like a chair that raises up, you know, for an older or heavy person. And I think what I want to do is I'm going to try to get it where a planer and maybe something else, maybe the pocket hole machine, maybe a chop saw, but I want to get it where when it's in its low position, the bench lines up with the table saw and could be used as a workbench. But then if I hit the button and raise the hydraulics, it'll actually lift the planer up or anything else that I put in there. Kind of give it a multi-use kind of feel. So, but that's not a project that I can work on until this place is a little bit cleaner and organized better, because it's kind of a crap show in here sometimes. Alright, this is the color the customers picked. We got a Sherwin-Williams Emerald. Emerald's pretty good. So urethane trim enamel. Interior, exterior. Sometimes these are paint and primer. This does not say that, so I'm going to find... I know I got some various primers around the shop. I'll go find one now. Let's see what we got. It's dry to the touch in 2 hours and recoat in 4. So we'll see how quick I can coat after priming it. And might end the stream after the first coat of this and go home and take a nap and come back and recoat it later. Oh well. I'll find some primer. Oh hey, advertisements. We're not listening to no stinking advertisements. Carvana. Oops. Nope. Wrong. Oops. Now I'm trying to... I keep hitting the wrong button. No, cancel. Thank you. Almost did an emergency call by accident. Like a genius. Alright, we gonna play? Oh!
This Valentine's Day,
Kill the
it pays to
Bluetooth.
plan ahead and order early
That's
with
weird.
1-800-Flowers.com.
Go away. How did it kill the Bluetooth? Did it run out of power? No, here we go.
Socks are the #1 most requested item.
No. Alright, we'll wait till the advertisement's done, as usual. No, actually, I have not been able to clean like I wanted, thanks to my health and schedule, and he's never contacted me. So, he was trying to get out of here by the end of January. So, probably this week, since I can't go see customers anyway, I will probably spend a lot of time cleaning this place, making it so he can get his crap out of here. And then me and the HVAC guy can divvy up the shop a little bit more. And I just need to, there's just stuff. I'm a hoarder, so there needs to be a lot of just trash tossed. That lumber that came out of my wife's grandpa's house, I'll probably have to look at that, and maybe I'll send people some pictures, and if there's anything good that they want, take it. If not, we should burn it. Burn it. All right, gotta go look for primer. Let's see if the advertisements are over. The Greatest Risk by Vertigo Child. how we do. Okay, primer's next. Primer might have gone home. Felt like a Ninja Turtle while I spun that. Got a couple more spots I can look for primer. Then we might be going to Lowe's anyway. Okay, found some primer. Doesn't look very old. I'm gonna go with it and see what happens. Suppose I should read it first. Yes, please. Party on, dude. Wait, that's more like William Garth. Cowabunga! Give me some pizza. So, interesting thing. I had my eyes fixed a couple years ago. And so I was very, very nearsighted. So when I need to read something small, I was used to like lifting my glasses and doing this. And now I have to do this to read the small stuff. And sometimes it's a little too small. Having a little bit of light helps too. But I don't regret it. It was wonderful. I did 42, well, not 42. I started wearing glasses when I was 6. So I did 36 years with glasses. And while sometimes I enjoyed having fun glasses, I don't regret getting them fixed at all. Roller. Stir occasionally. Dirt. Heavy stains may require 2 coats. We don't have any stains. Heavy stains, top coat in 4 hours. We don't have any stains. Doesn't say when to recoat it if you don't have stains. That's annoying. Low battery. I wonder if I should go if I should go buy some fast drying primer from Lowe's. There's a Lowe's like 5 minutes away. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so if it's not stained, dries to touch in 30 minutes, top coat in an hour. So yeah, we can deal with that. We can deal with that, baby. And while that hour's happening, we'll either we'll drink some alcohol, we'll chit chat, we'll maybe clean some stuff. Saw something flash up there. Okay, cool. Yeah, at least an hour. So yeah, we'll do an hour, if not an hour strong. Let's find a little tray. Got a tray here somewhere. It's a bit dusty. I'm gonna go rinse it out. So when I gave a bunch of my history on another live stream, but when I first, I didn't tell everything though. So when I first started working for myself started at the end of 2015. Amber, my wife, would work with me at least one day a week, and a lot of times she was my painter finisher. She's a little bit more talented than me in that regard. So, but when we started in our current situation, where she's personal assistant to a wealthy lady that we rent an apartment from, she sort of retired from me because she doesn't have any extra time. Now, she did come out of retirement when we did the Fancy Purse store in Lexington, and she came and she was significant help in getting that stained and finished. But also we both beat ourselves up with how much we worked on that job, and so she's definitely retired now. I can't be bringing her in for anything. I think the only thing she would be willing to do is maybe paint at our lady's house, like either house. That's probably the only thing she's willing to do at this point, especially after the way Kentucky went. Where's it going with the story? Oh, I think I'm just talking. So that's why I think a lot of my painting equipment is still at home, because she was usually in charge of that, and it kind of was living in her garage, so I got to make sure I bring that back to the shop. And so I did pretty decent on the bookshelves that I just did recently. The finish came out fairly good, especially for having been brushed on and not a spray finish. But that is one thing. Oops. So when we get the welder out of here, a friend of mine, older friend, Danny Malloy, he's got all the fun carpentry tools in his basement, and he's a little sick, even though it's convenient, he's a little sick of having tons and tons of sawdust in his basement. So he's actually interested in bringing his tools here and working out of the shop, and then of course when the tools are here I have access to them. So, and one thing he's interested in is trying to turn part of it, or leaving a big enough space where we could do some finish work, in which once we get space to do that, I am probably going to somehow figure out a way to buy the right stuff and learn how to use it so I can actually spray finishes instead of always trying to brush them and make them look good that way. But there is a video on the channel, I think it's just a minute long, where you can see that bookshelf, and the finish actually looks really nice on it, thank goodness. Alright. Put this somewhere where it won't get as dusty, the other roller. We'll need that eventually. Listen to that double bass drum pedal. What are we listening to anyway? Oh, Sakura by Within Destruction. I'll be back here. Give it a little more. Sorry. What we got now? Feelings by the Nightbreakers. Cool. Yeah, he's got a bunch, as far as I know, and I think they're all instrumental. I don't think he does any singing for him. But, yeah, he's got a bunch of fun instrumental stuff, and I've talked to him before about, maybe letting me use his songs for edited videos, so I gotta revisit that subject with him. Should have sent him a link to this. I'll text him right now. Hey! What's your language? Alright, now we're listening to Runaway Tidal Wave. Alright, let's look at Spotify. Gotta be a saving setting in here. Oops, yep, there we go. Alright. Of course, I don't know what Spotify's definition of explicit is. So, there you go. Maybe we'll stop some of that. Sorry, just checking some notifications while I'm here. Doesn't look like anything I need to worry about. Alright, cool. Yeah, kind of. It's been too long, so I don't think I can describe. I mean, it's definitely like an electronica kind of music. But, I remember enjoying it. I think at the time I wanted to see if he wanted me to join him on cello and do some additions to it. Nothing of it ever that panned through. Okay, I think this paint is as mixed up as I am. Really should go find at least one brush. Oh well. Let's just get
Even
painty.
if you don't see it, it's still happening. Every 60 seconds, another
It's not like I'm gonna go do anything fancy this week.
Journey Center for Safe
So it's fun when you're exposed to COVID. You start questioning everything. Like today, I had to carry advertisements. No, I had to carry a dehumidifier from our apartment over to the ladies' basement. So I got done carrying that and came back to the apartment and I'm breathing hard. I'm like, oh no, is it breathing problems? Or is it the humidifier I just picked up and walked quarter mile with and climbed stairs? Like even now, I've just got like a little tickle in the throat and I'm like, oh no, am I dying? Is it COVID? So annoying. That'll be nice on Thursday when I can take a test and see what's what. So again, what I'm doing now is not my strongest skill. So if you see me doing anything stupid, feel free to make fun of me. And we can all learn together. I actually technically own a really nice sprayer, but I know it needs work. It's been sitting for like 3 years at least. I'll have to do the research and find somewhere where I can take it to have it serviced and get it working again. I had a fellow that was doing my finish work, and I always paid him on time, but at some point he stopped returning my calls, so I don't know what's that about. I mean, most of you in the chat know me. I'm not that hard a person to get along with. So I don't know. The last conversation I had with him is he couldn't talk because his mom was in the hospital. This is early in COVID. And I tried several times to call and text and find out if his mom was okay and just never heard back. So I don't know what's up with that. Maybe I'll reach out to him again, see what's up. But on the other hand, I would just like to learn to do it myself. It's just nice eliminating people out of the process. So this coming year, and I really got to make a video of the purse stores so that way people know what I'm talking about. But this coming year, I've got the potential for 6 more purse stores in 3 different states the next 2 years. So definitely. I might have to see if you and Berger feel like going out of town with me. So for the 2 that were in Cleveland and the one in Lexington, I basically built everything. Now the Pinecrest one, I had a fellow in Canton did the staining and finishing, and that was nice. But he wasn't available for the other 2. Now the one in Crocker Park was mostly reused cabinets, but I had to make some new parts and we had to stain and finish it to match. But then Lexington, Kentucky, that one was all brand new cabinets that we stained and finished ourselves. Like I said earlier, with Amber doing the bulk of that. So what I'm going to try to do is there's a cabinet company that I work with that I could order semi-custom cabinets from. So I'm going to see if I can get them to do some of the building and the staining and finishing. And then and those cabinets come RTA, ready to assemble. So see if I can get them to send it to the job site. And then spend a week or 2 putting things together and installing them. So I don't know. So if the Inman brothers are interested in that, I'll keep you in the loop about timetables and things. because I know that I can't use Amber like I used her in Lexington. We talked about that already. But the next one's going to be in Columbus, so that's not that far. That makes sense. Oh, that's true. So the next one's in Columbus, and it's going to be a pop-up, so it won't be like the finished version. So we're going to do a treatment to some shelves that are in there, and then they're going to see how sales go for a few months. And if things go well, then later in the year or possibly early next year, they're going to expand the space and we'll do a full treatment on it. Then after that, the next possibility, and I don't know when it's going to be. I don't know if it's right after Columbus, but the next one after that's going to actually be Pittsburgh. And that's close enough where that one doesn't worry me either. But then in 2024, the stores are supposed to be in Georgia and Texas, so I'm going to have to figure out something different for Georgia and Texas. Alright, I'm going to bag this for now. And we're going to let that dry. So maybe we'll have ourselves an adult beverage and think about what else we want to do this evening while we're waiting for paint to dry. Suppose I should do a countdown. Let's give it an hour and 10 minutes. I'll set it for an hour, and then we'll come over and see what it looks like. All right. Live stream, watching paint dry. Oh, okay. So the sander was pretty loud. Okay. Yeah, maybe for routers and sanders, maybe I'll put the camera a little farther away next time. Okay. So in my collection of liquors in my liquor cabinet, I've got several different bourbons and ryes. I've got some mezcal. I've got some whiskey. Is there anything else? I got a bottle of red wine. This is a weird question. Any preference what I drink tonight? Yeah, we're gonna lay off the music for a little bit too. Should probably find a tiny brush. At least one small tiny brush would be helpful. I remember seeing something around here recently. Yeah, I don't see anything, and it's not that much primer that I'm wasting. Just to clean up on this. Mildew resistance. Soap and water cleanup. The other one's a urethane, I imagine. I imagine that's a different cleanup. Yeah, that's drying. That's dry to the touch in 2 hours. Recoat in 4. Clean up. Oh, soap and warm water, okay. Alright, everything's soap and water today. Everything trim enamel. Okay. Whatever. Alright, where's the bag? Give me a bag. Where's the bag? I'll be right back, internet. So there's several different YouTubers I enjoy following. So I feel like it's kind of relaxing working on my own project while I watch yours. Cool. Good. I love it. Thanks for being here, Phil. What was I saying? Oh, there's several YouTubers I follow. So I was thinking eventually of making like one-off videos where I'm almost parodying them. Like one that I listen to a lot. So I listen to Matt Pat, and he's got his 3 Theory channels. So, hello, Internet! Welcome to Wood Theory! I might have to think of something different than that. Hey, let's see what my... well, first of all, let's pause the music since I have the volume off. Dismiss, pause. Let's see what my sandwich video is doing. Slow down a little bit. We're still at 1.1 thousand views. Give me the analytics. Where are we exactly at? Oh no, now it's saying 1.2. 1,203 fools have watched my video. Ooh, someone has subscribed because of my video. I love it. Whatever. I don't post them unless I'm enjoying them. So hopefully there's some other crazy people like me that enjoy them too. Hey, let's go to the lunchroom. Let's have an adult beverage. And if you have an adult beverage that you're enjoying, let me know. You don't want to see this face, do you? We could do another tour. I don't think much has changed since the first tour. It's just such a mess. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's such a mess. So here's some future projects. I got a radial arm saw. It's in severe need of adjusting. So, and that's another thing I need to like get a nice stable bench to put it on. But that'll be a fun project. So with my wet saw, what I'm actually going to do is I have my old chop saw cart. I'm actually going to try to attach this to the chop saw cart, so that way I have a nice easy way of moving my tile saw around. Such trash. That door will go away eventually. I just need it to be able to route the stuff. All right, enough of that. Let's go see what I got in here. So here's my office. There is a desk buried underneath all that. But like when we moved out of the house, like we could take some stuff to the apartment, but a lot of our life is living here crammed up. There's a chance that we might end up with an apartment down in Florida as well. And we're probably going to end up being that lady's near constant companions at some point. But until that's available, beautiful disaster, thank you. Until that apartment's available, just the stuff lives here. Got a nice sample of a barn door that I made, but it's it's you learn on every job. So it's got this crack here you can see through. I do have actually someone that's interested in it though, so eventually I'll get rid of that. All right, what do we got? I got so much stuff in here. Was there any preference? Anyone want me to try or review anything? Okay, nothing put on here, which is fine. Oh, let's do some. Which one is low? The Knob Creek's almost out. Let's maybe polish off the Knob Creek rye. We can Q&A. Cool, thanks. Yeah, I mean, it looks good. There's got some issues, but the next one that I build, I'm going to build it differently, so hopefully I won't have those kind of issues. But it was fun. So sometimes what I do with people is if they have a project, I try to, if they have a project, especially if it's not something I've done before, so the fella that wanted a barn door, well, the deal I made him is he paid for the material for 2 doors, and he paid for the hardware for 2 doors. And I covered the labor, and I made 2 doors, and let him pick out which one he wanted, which the other one had a slight warp to it, but overall looked much better than this one. So I let him pick the nicer of the 2. The other one I hung here just as a showroom kind of thing. But yeah, I got another buddy that wants to put it in his house, so he's going to trade some work for me eventually. But yeah, I love projects like that. The next one I have to do, I have to make, and I'm going to try to make it out of a product called AZAC, which is usually like um, an outdoor product. Knob Creek Rye is done. Um, do you guys think I should keep my bottles and put them as trophies somewhere? Or should I just get rid of it? Anyway, the next project where I'm doing that, where the person's paying for all the materials and, excuse me, I'm so sorry, and where I'm building two and letting them pick the better one. I'm gonna build an exterior cabinet out of that AZAC material, so that way, it's ultimately rot resistant and weather resistant, and it's going to be the kind of like a little mobile cabinet that they can take with their camper, and so that way they can set it out and use it almost like an outdoor kitchen when they're grilling something, somewhere to keep all their supplies and like a mini pantry. So I've got some good pictures of that. I'll look them up later. Well, obviously, I'm going to make a video out of it at some point. So that was another thing I was supposed to do this week. I'm going to use the COVID as an excuse to be late on that project, I think. Don't tell them. They probably know I have a YouTube video, but they're probably not watching right now. I hope. So I'm not skilled enough with the whiskeys and bourbons to talk about all the notes and things. My notes are basically, yes, I like it. No, I don't like it. Or sometimes it's, yes, I like it, but it reacts with my GERD and hurts my esophagus. But the Knob Creek Rye has been very good. So, all right, so we'll pretend. I'll try to pretend to do this how you should. So, on the nose, I'm not smelling anything. I'm smelling bourbon. Yeah, see, nothing comes to mind. Now, I was at a wine class Friday night, and I don't think I would have tasted it myself, but because the guy, the dude that was instructing us shouted out some of the notes that we might taste. I actually did taste some of them. So I don't know. Does it talk about what I should be smelling or tasting or? So I haven't verified this, but I've heard that Knob Creek is actually a Jim Beam product. But I don't think you'll see Jim Beam anywhere on here. Oh well. Let's try again. Yeah, it smells like bourbon to me. It's there's no individual flavors. Let's try tasting it. I can kind of tell, when they talk about oaky, I can kind of taste the oaky in this. But beyond that, I got nothing. People are always talking about, maple, cherries, raisins, prunes. Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh, Tuscany region. Yes. Oops. Well, I clicked that by accident, but Peaches P, I know you well enough. You're a moderator now. Oh, we're just going to make Devin a moderator. Just for fun. We'll hand out some wrenches. Who else wants a wrench? I'll be like Oprah. Everyone gets a wrench. All right. That's good for today. I made 3 people moderators. Stay tuned for more live streams if you want to be a moderator. Red wine from the Tuscany region. Okay. That sounds really familiar. I wonder if I've had that. What is the red wine I have anyway? What do I got here? I don't think it's anything special. Smoking Loon Wine Company. That does not sound super classy. But it's a Cab Sauv. I've never met a Cab Sauv I've disliked so far. It's from 2015, so I probably should drink it soon. This sounds like a winery I would own. Smoking Loon Cabernet Sauvignon. Besides his being kind of crazy, they called him the Smoking Loon because he was so efficient. Jake began, stubbing out his cigar. He'd take care of business and get in and out before anyone would see him coming, leaving no trace except the lingering sound of his eerie loon-like cackle. No one was really sure who he was or who he worked for, but when word got out that someone needed his services, the Smoking Loon just appeared on their doorstep, like out of thin air or something. Yeah, that definitely sounds like the kind of whacked out winery I own. Where's this from? I don't even know who gave this to me. It's from Napa. Hear good things about Napa wines. Product of Chile. Imported and bottled by Smoking Loon Winery, Napa, California. I'll eventually bust that open. Probably should do it sooner than later. Don't know. Whoops. Don't know what the shelf life is. What we got here? You're welcome, Peaches. Yeah, roasting is fine. So I was very serious about it. Well, lately there's been, a lot of funerals we've had to attend. There's been like one funeral each of the last 3 weeks. Just life taking its toll on our loved ones. But so after one of them, I had a discussion with a friend of mine, and I said I don't want a normal funeral. I said I want to be roasted. That's the funeral I want. And I'm pretty sure he was serious. My wife says she's going to stop it, although she seemed to like the idea. She must have thought we were joking. But a good friend of mine, Russell, has agreed to give a roasting-like, borderline offensive funeral eulogy for me. So probably won't be able to have it in a Kingdom Hall. Probably will have to be in a private event somewhere, because I'm sure it'll offend many people. But I'm going to do my best to hold him to it. Well, also I've got to die before him, so we'll figure that out later. I'm really trying to find those tastes for you guys. It's not working. Stephen Noon! How's it going, buddy? Thank you for stopping in to say hi. We're just taking a small adult beverage break while we let some paint dry. What else? Feel free to throw any questions if you've got any questions about construction, about myself. So, Steven, are you into bourbons and stuff? Are you the kind of guy, or even wines, are you the kind of guy that can get all the notes? Because I've found that I'm very inadequate at tasting all the notes. My tasting notes are, yes, I like it, no, I don't, or I like it, but it hurts my acid reflux. That's usually my 3 tasting notes. The Knob Creek, borderline, almost hurts a little bit, but it's pretty good. I don't know what you're drinking, but I'm interested in tasting it. So the one thing that for some reason, and I have a short video where I review this. So my sister is moving to Mexico, and she enjoys Mexico. She's got friends in Mexico, and she gave me this when she left, a mezcal. And I guess it's an aged mezcal, bourbon rest or barrel rested, it says. And I think because it's aged, the smoke in it, because I guess all mezcals have that smoky taste. So because it's aged, when I tried it, it was like I was drinking liquefied, burnt, ancient books. It was the weirdest thing, and I love it. And I know that probably sounds almost as good as nope. That probably sounds almost as good as rotten grass and toes. But for some reason I liked it. So it's been very interesting. Now I've heard the best place to drink mezcal is around a campfire because of the smoke. So eventually I'll have to put that to the test. But I have not been around a campfire in a little while, and I'll have to make sure. So what did he say? Rotten grass? So there is, and I'll have to track it down and make sure I get some. There is some brand of vodka that, not the taste of it, but the smell of it smells like fresh cut grass. And it was an awesome smell. And Amber actually said it reminded her of the camp in Pennsylvania, the smell. So that was a vodka. I'll have to find it. I want to say might have even had Buffalo in the name. I'll have to check on that. Yeah, absolutely. That's where I'm at. I'm slightly jealous. So I have been pausing in my drinking and trying to learn some of the tasting notes. But yeah, I'm not that kind of guy usually. So I almost feel like I got something on the nose that time. This is more scintillating YouTube material. Oh, Steven, Pete actually showed up in the stream a couple hours ago. That was a pleasant surprise. What else? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? While we wait for paint drying? What do we got left on the paint drying? Oh, 40 minutes. It's horrible waiting for paint to dry. Yeah, so we did the wine tasting. So the wine tasting, the wines were from a vineyard in Tuscany called Torsciuto. I don't know. I'd have to double check on that. But we actually were fortunate enough in 2017 to go to that winery, and I know my wife's family is planning a trip next year, 2014, to Italy again, and I hope that we're going to plan on doing that winery anyway. If not, I might just go do it by myself if I have to. But I'll tell you what, going to Tuscany, we went for 2 weeks. We flew into Venice and immediately drove to the villa we rented in Tuscany, stayed there for 10 days, drove back to Venice, stayed overnight or 2 nights. I can't remember if we did 1 or 2 nights at the end, and then flew back from there. But so I did the that's for sure. So I did the DNA ancestry, and so I've got the last name Pietrantozzi. I've got the Italian last name. I got some of the looks, although I don't have the nice olive skin, so I burn in the summer. But going to Italy was like going to a weird family reunion where I didn't know anyone because all the faces look the same. And out of the corner of my eye, I kept seeing young men that looked like my little brother. It was really weird. And but I could see why. I can almost, almost feel it. Like I'm like, oh, okay, this does feel like family. And actually, it's because of I probably wouldn't have started doing tile work if I hadn't gone to Italy, because it was there in Italy, seeing all the stone and the tile that made me want to go to that made me want to do that kind of work. So I've done a little bit of tile work now, although I'm probably going to get away from it. The villa that we stayed at was incredible. Like it was, hundreds of years old. The family that owned it, like the family split, not in anger, but just the family got bigger over the generations, and they kind of split a little bit. And one half of the family kept the vineyard and the olive grove, and the other family got the house and something else. And so we were renting from the family that had the house, obviously, but they gave us wine and olive oil from the vineyard and the olive grove. Made a fantastic lasagna for us to heat up. But that was I'll never that trip was crazy. Nice. So according to Ancestry DNA, I'm about 19% Italian, with most of it being Southern Italian, possibly Sicily. So when you're younger, you're not that interested in talking to your grandparents about it. Like, you go back and you wish you could talk to them. And then on my dad's side, so his grandparents came from Italy. Boom. So they were from Italy. And then, but then on that side, her mother was adopted. So I'm like, I tell people I'm an American mutt. Like, I'm just all these crazy different nationalities, probably because of the adoption, and who knows what she was. And so yeah, I just call myself an American mutt. But yeah, it does appear that even though I was told that the family comes from Perugia, which is northern Italy, or at least borderline northern Italy, but the genetics say I'm southern Italy. Oh, and if you're ever thinking if you can ever afford an Italy trip, actually the prices in Italy were very reasonable. The most expensive thing was getting over there, because the villa could probably sleep up to 10, and it was something very reasonable. I don't remember the exact pricing. I could actually look it up and talk about it some other time. But the pricing was very reasonable once you were there. And the store that we were going to was very similar to Aldi. You actually put like a $1 in the cart to go in and shop, except it had much nicer meats and produce and liquor section. That was super cool. But yeah, if you could ever get to Italy, I highly recommend it. We're hoping to go next year, and if time and health and resources allow, we're gonna try to tag that with like a little mini, either before or after, do like a little Euro trip. And of course, if we do a Euro trip, I am going to Disneyland Paris, even though my wife will be super annoyed. Voglio essere italiano. Beautiful. I don't know if I said that at all correctly. It's a tragedy. My parents are only to teach me the broken English. What else is good? Anyone watching anything good? You can be Italian in your heart if you want. Why not? I thought so. Yeah. So I'm all sorts of crazy stuff. So the different nationalities I was didn't surprise me based on the stories I'd heard from family members. It was just the amounts that was surprising. So came back, I'm like 46% British, and which might explain my obsession with tea. And then I think I'm like 15% Scottish, almost 20% Italian, 20% German, and then a whole bunch of little things. There's some Norway, there's some Africa, there's Basque provinces. So it's very, very interesting. Almost everyone has Norway. Those Vikings, they were everywhere. They were taking all the women. But it was kind of neat seeing all that stuff, and that it did line up with some of the stories I heard. I'm even, like, it says it's less than 1%, but I've got some Native American in me, and that agrees with stories I'd heard my grandpa tell. Nice. Yay. What else? What else is good? Is anything else good? Grazie. Prego, prego. There was so I don't know if any of this has changed from COVID, but when we landed in Italy, there was this old guy that was so I don't have anyone here. It would be funnier if I had someone here to show you. I'll have to pretend here we'll say the popcorn butter is someone else. We had this old guy, and it looked like he was returning to the country. I think he was Italian, but he was just on your butt, like in the line through customs. And we called him the Sidler, and we kept like sneaking past each other so that he would be behind someone else because it was very uncomfortable. So us Americans, we like our room and our space, but Europeans apparently like it a little more intimate. That was pretty neat. What else? Let's just talk about the Italy trip then. So I do have an obsession with the water. I would love nothing more than to get a sailboat and go and never be heard from again. But because I know I have that desire and I know I have responsibilities, and the wife might not be super happy with that anyway. So I don't indulge in that right now. Like, that'll be something for later. But when we went to Venice, Venice, being surrounded by the water like that, I loved it so much. But then my wife, she's more of like a mountain, trees, forest kind of girl. So she was definitely distressed in Venice. Every once in a while, they'd have like a potted tree in a corner of a courtyard somewhere. But she's like, yeah, it's not enough. She's like, yeah, I can't do this. We'd have to find some sort of compromise. The funny part about Venice is the best time we had was at the Irish pub. And so it does seem, in general, wherever you go, if you can find the Irish pub, you're going to have the best time. Oh, cool. 2016. Which part of Italy did you do? Like I said, ours, we mainly stayed in Tuscany, and my wife and I, but my brother-in-law and parents-in-laws, they stayed in Tuscany the whole time. We did a trip. We did an overnight trip to Rome, and that was incredible. But my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they had already seen Rome, and my in-laws were a little intimidated by going to a big city, so they all stayed in Tuscany. They had a great time. Oh, that's a funny story from Rome. Okay, so that was the only time we had a problem with the language, is buying the tickets to Rome. That was the only fella we met in the whole trip that couldn't speak any English. But we did finally figure out what tickets to buy to get us to Rome. And we were dressed a little bit nice, because I don't know if I've said this online or in the Discord. I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses. So we were dressed a little bit nice because we wanted to go see the Italy branch of our organization. So we were dressed up a little nicer than usual, and so we got on the train. We managed to find the train that we wanted, and got on it. And it was early in the morning because we were trying to do the whole day in Rome, whole 2 days in Rome, and so we get in our seats. My wife immediately puts on a sleep mask, goes to sleep, and I'm kind of like resting, and I don't sleep well when we're traveling, so I figure I'm going to be awake the whole time. And I'm kind of looking around at the people around us, and it's dawning on me that I'm probably sitting in first class, and I doubt we have a ticket that should be sitting in first class. So I promptly pretend to go to sleep, and we're like, all right, we'll see how polite the conductor is, and so I think because we were asleep, and because he was polite, and because we were dressed up a little nicer than we normally would be, like he never asked for our ticket. They didn't try to wake us up. A cart came by, and there was no way I was going to wake up and try to get something from that cart because I figured like, nope, I just want to sit here and not get kicked out of first class, and we'll get to Rome. And so then on the way back, we bought the same ticket, and we understood it a little better. And yeah, we totally weren't supposed to be in first class for that trip down. Nice. Florence was great. Yep. Oh, cool. That's an awesome trip. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably a little more varied than our trip. I like it. Public Pictures Putnam Road. Oh, okay. Cool. Nice. And so some of my favorite spots. Of course, we did Pisa, and we did various versions of the pushing on it or leaning on it. I actually had a picture of me trying to put my hat on it. I really loved Cinque Terre, which is Italian for 5 cities. So there's 5 cities on the Mediterranean coast. They're all connected by a train, and that was just beautiful. And so I know on WDWNT, like Tom kind of ragged on, and what was the Italian Disney cartoon, Luca. I know he ragged on Luca a lot, but the way that they drew the scenery in that made me feel like they had pictures of Cinque Terre when they were doing that animated film. I loved it, and I could have lived there. So the homes were kind of like crawling up, like the mountainside and the valley, and then it had that one railway connecting the five things. That was beautiful. We did Florence as well several times. We kind of did day trips because we weren't that far from it. So some of the highlights for Florence is we did go see a soccer game, and we researched what the local colors were. We didn't want to get killed. We had never been to a Europe soccer game, so we didn't know how crazy it would be. So the soccer game was the only place where anyone checked our passports. I guess they have a lot of ticket fraud, and so we got our passports checked twice on the way to our seats. Like nowhere else in Italy did they care about our passports, except obviously the flight. But yeah, the soccer stadium, the football stadium, they checked, and so we didn't know really what to do. We knew our seats were somewhere near the bleachers, so my brother-in-law went and just random guy asked him. He's like, "Hey, these are our seats. Do you know where they're at?" And the guy said, "Oh." And he, like, with an Italian accent, he's like, "Oh, those are gone." He's like, "Just find an empty seat." So, and no one on the bleachers was actually seated. Everyone was standing on the bleachers. So we just kind of, all right, when in Florence, do what the Florinians do. And but before we went to the game, we found this little, and my wife would remember the name of the cafe. I won't. And there was almost like a chain. We saw more of those cafes all over the place. And so we went in there, and loud Americans, and we're ordering alcohol, but the guy behind the counter seemed amused by us. So we spent a bunch of money in there, and then we're going to walk over to the game. So as we were leaving, I was the last one out the door at the cafe, and he called me over, and he gave me like 6 free sandwiches, one for each of us. And I was carrying a European carry-on, a big old man purse, and I could actually fit him in there. And so so I catch up. I don't even think I told anyone right away. I don't think I told anyone until we were in the stadium. I'm like, "Guys, I've got sandwiches if you need." So some of us ate our sandwiches at the soccer stadium. Some of us ate them on the train ride home. But that was good. And then we recreated those sandwiches later. My wife figured out like the right croissant to get, and the right kind of, it was like a rosemary ham, and like the ingredients to get it as close as she could. That was a pretty incredible part of the trip. Rome was good. We had dinner on the Spanish Steps. We saw the Vatican. The Vatican was wild. Sistine Chapel, you're not allowed to take pictures. Yeah, soccer game was crazy. And like the singing and the cheering. I mean, and you know, soccer games, they're not super high scoring, um, but the soccer game was super exciting with the various people singing and cheering and chanting. And the local team did win. We dressed in purple because that's what the local team was. We didn't want to get beat up by anyone. Sorry, just got a text. Want to check it. No, working on taxes. Had to. You know what? Let's go ahead and invite him to the stream. Just told him that I'm love streaming. I really should check my messages before I send it to people. But Italy was good. It's supposed to smell like something. It smells like bourbon to me. Tastes like bourbon to me. Oh well, I'll work on that. Any other questions? You guys bored of this yet? Should we do something else? I did this on another live stream that I can show off some projects that are coming down the road. So here's my old punk rock bass guitar. And I do have a Mad Cosmetic sticker to put on this. But I'm going to clean it up. And the person 2 owners ago tore out the frets. So it's technically a fretless bass. And I think I'm going to leave it that way. And I'm thinking of filling in the frets with some JB Weld or something to make it look like it has frets, even though it won't. So that's a future project. Smell bass. That's what I should do, is I should just start talking about the outrageous things I smell or taste. I'm like, birthday cake. No, it's a birthday cake. Tastes like Asiago cheese on the front end, but on the back end, it tastes like raisins. Raisins is too normal. I'll think of something else. Anyone seen any good concerts or shows lately? I'm gonna we're gonna go see Quantum Mania. So we've got a Silver Spot, I think they're called. We got a Silver Spot close to us, and so you can go there and have dinner, and it's fairly reasonably priced for what it is. But it also, you know, I had it the first time we went there. I had a steak dinner, and it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great either. So you know, it was movie theater steak. But that was a weird experience. Go in, order your food, drinking a glass of red wine, eating a steak while I'm watching a movie. So we're gonna do that again. And sometimes they have throwback stuff. So they just had, but we couldn't find the time to do it. Was it no, Jurassic Park? I don't think came to the local one. Actually, Gone with the Wind came a few days ago. We thought it would be fun to see that, but it's also a 4-hour movie, so that didn't end up working out. Nice, that would be good. Oh, Social D, that would be a good concert. Who did I see recently? I saw Less Than Jake and the Aquabats. That was back. Was that in the summer? That was back in the summer, so that's been a while. That was in Columbus. That was a fun show. I forgot how good and tight Less Than Jake is. The Aquabats were a little out of practice. They were not as tight as I'm used to them seeing. The Aquabats are fun if you've never heard of them. They dress as superheroes when they play, and they started out as kind of like a ska punk band, and they kind of mixed in some new wave and some Devo into it. It's a good show. It's kid friendly too. Less Than Jake's not kid friendly. Thanks for joining, Paul. Bing fries are done. Yeah. What else? 7 viewers. I am so honored that you people are viewing me, especially now that we've kind of waiting on paint to dry. What else? What other thoughts? What other thoughts? I don't know. So I might have an opportunity to go do work in Curacao for 3 months, but I don't know if me and the wife's health are up to doing that. It would be installing windows. Yeah, we got to think about that. Well, my poor wife, she deals with migraines, and she had a doctor appointment today, and the medicine they put her on, they're keeping her on it, but it's not working as well as they want. So she's probably gonna have to go see a neurologist, try to get it figured out. So that's happening early next month. So who knows? We got to get that solved before we can do anything else too crazy. Oh, low power. Low power. I should go get. Be right back. I'll get a power cord. We'll extend the madness. Oh, guess I can touch the paint. Well, the paint is dry to the touch, as it said it would be, but we got another 20 minutes on the full hour, so we'll wait before we attempt to do anything to it. Okay. All right, we've got battery charging again. What else is good? Where are you at, Paul? If you want to tell me, you can text me. It's all good. Is Phil still on? I haven't seen any chats from Phil lately. I will have to. We have a lot of Italian fans in here. I'll have to get some of the family pictures from my uncle. Recently, we were hanging out with him late in December, and got to see a whole mess of family photos that I'd never seen before. So it was wild seeing like my dad and him really young. So I got to see some pictures of my maternal grandmother's mother, and you know how it is with parents and children. Sometimes they don't get along. So apparently, if you told my grandma Hazel that she looked like her mother, she would be enraged. But they looked so similar. But you know, sometimes parents and kids get along. Sometimes they don't. It happens. But it was wild seeing that, and from that side of the family, and of course she was, let's see, so my grandma's mother was the one that was adopted, we believe, and she was adopted young enough she really didn't know her past. So we think that's where a lot of, like, the little bit of African American that I have comes from, and even in those pictures you can see like kind of look like white people, but kind of look like black people at the same time. It's neat to see. It's neat to see. The other wild thing is just seeing the bits of my face in different ancestors' faces. It's wild. It's cool stuff. I could see why people like get lost in the ancestry type things, genealogies and all that stuff. Cool. Get some milk, Peaches P. Thanks for hanging out. We will take care. I won't drink anything crazy and then drive home, I promise. Plus, I'm watching paint dry, sober up well before the paint is dry. Although once we get one top coat on, like I said, I'll probably go home, take a nap, come back early morning, give it one more coat, and then go install it. Yeah, because that's true, because that's the only install I have tomorrow. I could totally put the final coat on tomorrow morning and then install it in the afternoon. That'd be nice and easy. So what we're going to do with that, so the plumbing's coming in from the left, like I talked about. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably just going to hack it off, get the old vanity and top out of there, and then glue a coupling on it, then install the new cabinet, drill a hole in it, so that way I don't have to like cut like a huge slot in the side of the cabinet. Paul knows what I'm talking about. Paul would do this. And so that way we can get that in. I asked them if they wanted a temporary sink while they waited for granite, but they said they were fine with it. So take it out. We'll get that installed. Then we'll sanitize the house. Oh yeah, anyone new? So I was exposed to COVID Saturday, so I left it up to my customers whether I was going to do anything for them this week. And one customer said no way, and the other customer said, "Yeah, we're not home anyway. Just sanitize on your way out." So I'm like, "All right, cool." And well, and hopefully I don't have it. It's very unlikely that I have it, but gotta be protecting people, protecting yourself, protecting each other. This stupid world. What else can I talk about? Feel free to throw questions or just make fun of me in the chat. I'm good with all of it. So we're halfway through. We're a little over halfway through with this. So I'll probably get it out a little more. I won't do like a full curl. I usually don't go that crazy. But I've got a little less than 2 more months on my mustache, and then it's back to clean shaven for the wife for the rest of the year. It's always exciting. Sometimes close to the end, I will get bored of the mustache, but I will not shave it early. Because if I shave it early, she'll want it shaved early the next year, and soon my time of mustache will grow too small. It'll grow too small. I even try to be goofy with when it's time to shave the mustache. There was one time, quite a few years ago, where we had a monthly Zoom meeting with a maintenance crew I was on, and at the time the person didn't have the professional account; they just had the private account. So we do 40 minutes, take a break, and then do like another 10 or 15, 20, whatever it takes to finish the meeting. So in the 5-minute break that year, I had the mustache for the first part of the meeting. The moment the break hit, ran to the bathroom, shaved the whole thing off, and then got back on the Zoom meeting. And only one couple noticed, and I could tell they noticed. Like they just started laughing, and they you could see them physically shaking and laughing on the screen. And then I started getting texts from them. Nope, no, and I don't know how. I'm too lazy to learn how to shave like a pencil mustache. I mean, a pencil mustache, it could look cool. Like you do the Errol Flynn, make it like real thin and pointed. Do a little soul patch. That would be fun, but I'm just too lazy for that. Just grow it, and then every once in a while I'll trim underneath here. So for my wings, we'll tell some shaving secrets. So the only thing I do, so when I shave, because I will get some like little hairs up here. So when I shave, I'll usually grab it first, and I'll shave across the top to get rid of any of the little weird stuff. And then I always shave from like the center of my eye straight down. But of course, when the wing starts. Oh, cool. Yeah. So I'm not cool enough to do dovetail joinery, but I love pocket hole joinery. We'll talk about that in a moment. So what I'll do is I'll grab this then, and then I'll shave straight down from the eye, and then I'll grab it up and shave underneath, and that's how I get my little stupid wings. And then of course my hair is a little bit curly, so that helps out with that too. I wish I was cool enough for dovetail joinery. My buddy Dan. Well, and you know what? As I get my schedule cleared, and I'm working less like an idiot and more like a craftsman, I would like to introduce some fun stuff like that. Like the closest I get to dovetail joinery is get the jig and route it out. I don't do any cool hand cut stuff. I should do that. I mean, the nice part with that is it sure is nice because it allows it to have that little bit of flex. All right, what does this fellow want? Different person texting. Do you guys want to go bowling Saturday? I was exposed to COVID. Let's see, what am I doing Saturday? There's no funerals for a change. I got stuff in the morning, I got stuff in the afternoon. I probably could go bowling. If I'm negative, probably can. Okay, so maybe I'm going bowling Saturday. I'm sure Amber will be thrilled. Paul, I don't think you were here for the tasting notes. Are you kind of like guy that can do tasting notes on bourbons and wines and stuff? I'm not. It's about time. Which part? Don't know. Is it about time? Got about 11 minutes for the hour. Then we'll go check the primer. I don't even know what I was talking about. Sorry, guys. COVID brain. I don't remember nothing. I'll bring my electric cello over. You can see that project, another project that is stalled. Yeah, Philip, we can go bowling too. Everyone can go bowling. All right, so on one of the other shorter live streams, I showed this thing off. So I'm working on an electric cello, and I'm calling this the hillbilly cello. And I hope if you consider yourself a hillbilly, I hope you're not offended by that. 'Cause some of my best friends are hillbillies, but I'm calling it that because I'm mostly out of 2x4s. So what I did is I ordered the fingerboard, the headstock, and the bridge. And next time around, I'll try to make my own. But for this first one, I didn't want to deal with it. And then I bought a little pickup unit. So we got the pickup here, and it is a pickup from at least an electric violin. I don't think it's technically from a cello. But I just need to get this thing together enough to see if it'll work. And then if it'll work, I have a couple of different crazy plans for different versions of electric cellos that I could do. And this is real rough. I ordered it from China, but like the back, I mean, obviously it's all CNC'd out, but this back is real rough, so that needs some sanding. The thing that stopped this project, I was working on it pretty good, but the pegs I bought didn't fit in these holes, so then I had to buy a peg reamer and a hole reamer, and it took a long time to get here, at least at the price point I was willing to pay for it. So this project kind of stalled. Hopefully soon I'll be, ouch, jerk. Hopefully soon I'll be back on this project. So some of my ideas, so if this one works and sounds at all decent, some of my ideas for future electric cellos. So I want to take copper pipe and bend it into the shape of a cello, and then figure out some way to attach the fingerboard and the electronics to it. Thank you, Stephen. I like it. It's cool. If it ever gets done and looks half as cool in my head as it does in real life, then it'll be cool. The lunchroom. There we go. Oh yeah, lunch breaks. Or some other kind of break. But yeah, so I want to do one where like I bend copper pipe into the shape of the cello, and then figure out some way to have the fingerboard and the strings attached to that. I also think it would be cool to make a what's the word I'm looking for? What do you make molds out of? Like vinyl. Like make a mold of a almost like a guitar body like cello. Well, that would be fun too. It could make it like a solid body cello, like get like a maple blank or an oak blank, kind of like a guitar, and make the cello that way. But also I want to make a mold so I could make a clear acrylic cello. That would be super cool to do. I also thought it would be fun to get a couple of old guitars, like try to find someone that has a couple of old broken guitars and take the bodies from them and like link them together so that they're like kind of facing each other. Because if you took this body and then like flipped it over and doubled it up, it would almost feel like a cello. So like take a couple of guitars or bass guitars and make an electric cello out of that. So all these dreams, haven't had time for them. Eventually there'll be time. Yeah, Philip, we should go bowling. I'll let you know if we go bowling. That's funny. I'll let you know where and when. Oops. Oh, yeah, don't kick over the project. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm going to go put this back where I got it from. But yeah, I think the cello project, including buying the fingerboard and the electronics, I'm only up to like $200, especially just using the 2x4s. So hopefully the hillbilly cello will go good, and then we can figure out something else. Here in the lunchroom. Okay, finished the Knob Creek Rye, and my only tasting note is, yes, I liked it. We'll think about it. I'm not going anywhere for a little while. Yeah, that's for sure. Always used to do that in the orchestra. Throw that thing up. pretend it's a bass. So when I do finish this bass guitar, what I'm going to do, because the strings on the bass are different than the cello, so the strings on a bass guitar are like a guitar split by fourths. So let's see if I can remember. Is it E, A, D, G? Devin should know. Shouldn't Devin know? Would that be right? E, A, D, G. I'm pretty sure it's E, A, D, G. Anyway, the cello is C, G, A. No, C, G, D, A. C, G, D, A. Yeah, split by fifths. So whenever I do fix this, and I do want to leave it fretless, I'm going to tune it like a cello and probably put some like flat wound strings on it, and see if I can actually play it that way. I thought that might be neat to try that. And then, then if it sucks, I'll just tune it back up to to normal. But I'm gonna try that out and see what happens. See what happens with that. So the big string bass, the double bass, which eventually I have to own one of those at someday. Those are the same note names as the electric bass. Those are the same, but the cello is tuned more like a violin, except it's obviously lower. That poor cello channel of mine, yeah, I ignore it too much. I really need to run some scales and remember how to play. Don't know why there's a random pair of sunglasses here, but that's right. Where are we at? Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and we can go look at that paint. What else? Anything else fun? So I've got a little 2,000 square foot shop. I share it with two fellas right now. One of them will be gone soon. And got thousands of comic books over there that I need to just organize and sell. Some of them are worth decent. Most of them are just run of the mill. Is that what they call it? Run of the mill comic books. I do got some neat stuff though. I do have the original Weapon X storyline, so that's probably worth something. Got the original Crisis on Infinite Earth from DC. That's probably worth something. I think I have almost all of the Dark Knight run where Bane broke Batman's back. I bet if I sold that as a group, I bet that could get a pretty penny. But I gotta get rid of that stuff. It was fun to read him when I was a kid. It's probably still fun to read him now. I just haven't had time. Yeah, let's head back over towards what's my battery like anyway. Battery's at 12%. Okay, so that's actually charging a little bit. So let's bring the whole kit and caboodle back. Give you a tour of the horrible shop. EADG. Cool, thank you. I don't remember what I said. I said something weird. I was probably half cello and half bass when we were talking about it. Alright, is that charging? Come on, stupid iPad. Yep, alright, we're still charging. Alright. So probably just need some light hand sanding, but it does feel pretty good. Alright, so I'll kind of give it a few more minutes. I'll get prepped for the top coat. Can't remember what color it was. Softer tan. So what this customer did is she's a cleaning lady now. She has like a little cleaning empire she runs. But I met her when I first started with the cabinet shop I used to work for, and so she knew me when I was practically a baby. And she was into wallpaper at the time. So she's an extremely talented wallpaper kind of person. So she has a wallpaper she's picked out for this bathroom. I recently went through and just put in some click together floors for her. Nice easy job. So I'm making a bunch of casing and base to go with that job. So I was slow getting her a quote, and so she started trying to get other people, and other people were being even slower with the quote, which blows my mind because I'm terrible with quotes. Paul knows. And so finally I'm like, well, just let me make it. Like I'm available now. Let me make it. So gave her a quote. She accepted it. So she wanted the color to match one particular swirl on the wallpaper, and then the color of the granite she picked out matched another part of the wallpaper. So that's where we're going with this. But she was able to just look through the standard Sherwin-Williams fan deck and pick out her color from there. We didn't have to do a custom match or anything like that. So we're gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this in the bag for now. I have other handles, just in case something goes south. Oh, let's we could do some music again. Oops, where's my phone? My phone at? Must be in the lunchroom. Phone is a little bit low. Let's go back to that Spotify. I think we have at least one new person here, so, trying to keep it clean. Hopefully I got the parental settings right. But if you hear something and I don't catch it, please forgive me and let me know. I'm trying to keep it clean here. Oh, there's the alarm. We've been an hour. Come on. There we go. Get over and set up the tray. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm gonna hit this thing with like a either a 220 or a 320. I'll see what I got laying around. Oops. While we listen to the Screamo. Might be in the van. Be right back. Found some 220. That'll have to do. Alright, seems to be sanding good. Wasn't really getting like any weird clumps or anything. Ah, right. No, it did not feel fuzzy. Should it feel fuzzy?
Ready to pop the question? Let your love spark.
That's a fun text. Just got a text from a wife says, I don't think our heat is working. Alright, so let me make a quick phone call. But not over the Bluetooth. Alright, hold on. Hey lady, you should be in my ear now. So we got no heat? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna put the first top coat on this styles, and then I'll show my live stream, and then I'll head home and we'll figure out what's wrong. I'll call Devin too. Right. Yeah. Actually, I'll check with him first, and then I'll do this top coat. Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks. Love you. Bye. Okay, so I cleaned the filter on our heat pump today. So I'm going to message. I figured, you suffered with me through the last few hours anyway. You may as well keep watching. So we're gonna oops, let me see. Okay, he says okay. So let me vox my HVAC guy. And this is Devin Thomas. Devin, this is not you. All right, let's kill the Bluetooth so I can just talk normally without wondering where it went. Hey there, Devin. So today, as you know, I cleaned the filter on the heat pump, and it does not appear to be working. Is there anything I could have possibly done while I did that I need to undo? Please let me know. Thank you. Goodbye. Alright, so yeah. So I mean, all I did is I took out 2 screws, and I pulled the DT, and I pulled the filter out, and we vacuumed it off, and I put it back in and put the 2 screws in. I didn't touch anything else. So I don't know what it could be doing. Fortunately, so I don't know how much I explained this already. So sorry if I'm repeating myself a lot. So the lady we live with, rent from, work for, she's got like a 7,000 square foot house, and we've got a 800 square foot apartment attached to it. So most of our heat comes from a heat pump designated for the apartment. Fortunately, we do have 2 vents that come from her house, so I don't think we're gonna freeze tonight. I'm sure I've got an electric heater somewhere I can use, but yeah. So I don't know if it was installed properly, if it's not a good unit, if heat pumps just aren't as good as regular furnaces, but we haven't had a great experience with the heat pump so far. But who knows? So hopefully, I don't even know what time it is. Oh, it's only 9:30. Like, looking outside, it feels like midnight. But hopefully Devin's awake and he can give me some answers. If not, I can send a message to his boss too. And someone's gonna give me heat tonight somehow, some way. What were we doing? We were painting. Okay. All right. So I checked with Devin. So I agreed to do that, and let's see if the Bluetooth will connect again.
Some things never seem to change when every day I stay the same. Moonlight swelling through the trees, it never seems to wane.
All right, let's see who we're listening to. So this is the song "Uncomfortably Numb" by Arrows in Action. I think we've heard songs by them before. If anyone wasn't here earlier, we're listening to some non-copyright material. So it's not necessarily things I listen to normally, but it hasn't been too bad. We've only had a couple that we've had to skip. Otherwise, you're stuck hearing me breathe when I'm not talking. That'd be boring for everyone. Ooh, we got a chick singer too. I like that when they mix it up. Alright, I'm going to let you people vote. Or just give your opinion. We'll play it somehow. I mean, there's only 5 of you watching. Alright, so this says dry to the touch in 2 hours. Recoat in 4. Probably have plenty of stuff I can do around here. I can clean. So, what's your opinion? Do you think I should top coat? Oh, wait, no, I don't have heat. Never mind. Okay, I was going to say, ask if I should stay here and work on something until it's time to put another coat on it. But never mind, I forgot it. We don't have heat at home, so I'm going to head home and try to fix that problem. Sleep for a few hours and come back early morning and put another coat on it. So, never mind. Sorry, no voting. How quickly I forget the important stuff. so we got this creamy looking thing. It does match what I remember she was trying to match with the wallpaper. And the floor is like a brownish floor, so it should look pretty good with this as well. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna need a toe cake. Well, I'll do, so I'm just trying to get the bare minimum in for her so they can get their granite templated. And then I'm gonna make their doors and moldings while we wait for the granite to be installed. So toe kick, flutings for the side, the doors and the drawer front, all that I'll make later this week, early next week. The granite company she's using says it's got a week turnaround, so that's kind of nice. I'm used to like 2 weeks or more usually, but that's where we're at. Oh, so who is this before I start painting? So this is Worth It by the Sweet Coins. Let's make sure my alerts are on in case Devin texts me back about the heat pump. Okay, so apparently the heat's working again. Came on its own. So, come on. Trying to see what else. What other alerts? Ah, all right, forget it. She is bliss. She is beauty. All right, let me see this phone for a second. We're gonna take a chance. We're gonna play Devin's message over the Bluetooth. Oh, it didn't. Yeah, it wasn't. Amber says it came back on. I will go get more details about this. She said this happened again like a week ago where it stopped working for a while. The temperature was getting lower and then on its own just came back on. So I will try to get you some more information, but I think we're okay for tonight. Thank you for responding. And did I send you my link to the live stream? Live stream's almost over, but I'm going to send you a link. I might have sent him the link already. He might be watching for all I know. I don't think I did. Let's send one to DT. Copy. Paste. My phone keeps saying love instead of live, so I keep telling people I have a love stream, and that just doesn't sound right. It sounds like the kind of thing you shouldn't search on the internet. So in theory, by using this Spotify channel, I won't have any problems with YouTube, but it It's gonna mean some work for me tomorrow. I'm gonna have to add all these songs to the description to give everyone give them their due. All right, so we think we have heat. Still probably gonna end the stream fairly soon. Go sleep. So what kind of music singers do you guys like? So like this band here, she's got a lower female voice, and I love like the Torch singers from like the 20s and 30s. I love a Torch singer. Low female voice, usually a mournful song. So this is kind of like reminding me like a more modern, updated version of it. What do you guys like to listen to? Do you like male singers, female singers, high, low? I mean, I like just about every kind of music. I mean, from polka to death metal, I like it all. But like sometimes particular voices or particular sounds will kind of resonate with me. The nice part with painting these styles is even if I screw up the styles, I got to make doors and moldings. So as long as I paint those well, it doesn't really matter if these look good or bad. You know, and if I cry and whine enough, I could maybe get Amber to paint the doors and styles if I have to. She would do a much better job than me. Funny spot here. Alright. We'll see how that goes. Can't code it for 4 hours. Devin Thomas! Cool. He's in the house. I'm sorry I didn't text you earlier, but this stream has been going on for 281 minutes. Yeah, that's all I got for you. You know what? Since the heat's working, and I've only had one drink, I feel like I can, as long as I drink a root beer right after, I feel like I could do another adult beverage. Let's go back to the lunchroom for a chat. Alright, so the next little bit plan for this cabinet then, let's pause the music since I'm talking and not working. What are we listening to though? I'm Fine by Traceless. I am enjoying some of the names of the songs and the bands. Alright, so we'll recap what has happened. So in this live stream, we built a cabinet. It's over here. You can't see it very well. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I probably lean toward the tenor-ish myself. I like that. Late to the party as usual. Well, that's my fault. That's not your fault. All right, so we built ourselves a vanity cabinet. We got the carcass built. We got the toe kick on it. Then we put together and sanded the stiles. So the next few steps with this, we're gonna enjoy an adult beverage. Then I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna sleep. Let's see. It's not that late. 9:42. So let's say we try to close this off at 10. We'll close this off at 10. I'll head home. Me and the wife have an evening ritual. I make us tea. She drinks chamomile. I drink ginger. We watch a Bob's Burgers because that's what we're watching right now. Sometimes we watch a Bad Batch in there too. So I'll watch a show or two with my wife. In bed by 11:30. Today was a weird day. I'm gonna sleep 5 or 6 hours. So I'll be up at 5:30. We'll get here. We'll check the coat, put another coat on it. I'll do some other projects here, or I'll clean. I'll throw some stuff away. This place has to be clean so I can get that guy moved out of here, and then we'll install it. Low battery. Then we'll install it. So those are the next kind of couple steps. It's never too late, Devin. It is never too late. So by tomorrow, by the afternoon tomorrow, this will be together. It'll be installed. The plumbing will be prepped, but the plumbing won't be done. They can measure it Wednesday. I have to find out from so I've been exposed to COVID, so even if they want me to show up for the granite measuring, I really can't. I don't feel it would be right. I could wear a mask though. I mean, actually, so I did the research, and according to the CDC, I don't have to quarantine. I just have to wear a mask for 10 days, unless I start showing symptoms, which even now I don't have any symptoms right now. But anyway, so Wednesday they're going to template it. Since I've been exposed to COVID, I'm just going to be at the shop for the next few days. Got a bunch of staining and finishing I'm going to do, of both a bunch of oak molding and a door for my mom, and so everything kind of hinges on Thursday. We'll take the test Thursday. Thursday's the time where if I do have COVID, it should start showing up. So I'll test Thursday, and then if I'm negative, I'll offer it to customers if they want me over or not, or if they want me to wait. And if not, we'll just keep plugging away at the shop and get a bunch of this stuff stained and finished. That way next week can hopefully be an amazing week where we finish up 2 different jobs and maybe breathe for a second before the next one starts. So, cool. All right, let's go back to the lunchroom. We'll go see what else Chris is drinking today. Devin, you're new here. If you wish to pick my next thing, you can. So I'm getting some Milwaukee love and some DeWalt hate on my text messages here. So it's all good. But I have so many DeWalt batteries. I just can't switch. So all right, but I will show you something that I bought. So I bought this. And I bought an adapter so I can use my DeWalt batteries with it instead, because this is the first cordless belt sander I've used that felt like a real belt sander and had some good power. But like I said, I'm trying to just have one battery system, so I bought an adapter. Now I have several Ryobi tools that I bought an adapter for. They work just fine. This one worked just fine for a full day, and now it won't turn on even with a Milwaukee battery. So I don't know if the adapter killed it or if I got a lemon. I'm going to try to return it. And if I buy another one, I won't try the adapter again. I'll just buy a battery, fine. But I will say that Milwaukee cordless belt sander is beautiful. And I really don't want more batteries, but if I gotta, I gotta. Well, and if I get one that works, if you ever need a Devin or Phil or whoever else has Milwaukee there, you're welcome to borrow it. It is quite beautiful. So if I may be nosy, how you guys watching me? Am I on a TV? Am I on a cell phone? Oops. Am I on a computer? I usually watch from my cell phone. 5-year warranty. Beautiful. That is kind of nice. Wonder if that's better than the... I'm sure it's better than the DeWalt one. At least you Milwaukee people are going to say that. Just a random stupid story. So there's a Sherwin-Williams color called... I think it's called Accessible Beige or something like that. And I was accidentally making a customer quite upset because I kept calling it Acceptable Beige. And she was not pleased with me, and I didn't realize it at first. Like, oh, we're going to cover your walls and your cabinets with this Acceptable Beige. Accessible. Sorry. Although in retrospect, they didn't call me back for any other work, so maybe I did upset them. Cell phone! So who here's addicted to YouTube? I'm addicted to YouTube. I watch YouTube all day. I haven't checked in a while, but I'm on a unlimited family plan with Verizon, and I'm pretty sure my internet usage gets up into like 30, 40 gigs a month. And they claim it slows down at a certain point, but I haven't noticed it. All right. Has anyone picked anything? What I'm going to drink next? Devin knows what I have here. Devin is part of the HVAC crew that shares a shop with me. So. I do have beers too. I got some Corona. After 25 gigs is when it is. I don't notice it. Maybe Verizon sees the stuff that I watch routinely, finds it boring, and lets it play at normal speed. All right, hopefully that thing will look sweet in the morning. All right, where's our battery at? Battery's at 9. That's okay, we're ending this soon. We're not going to worry about plugging it in. Wish there was a way to tell. Yeah, Bob's Burgers is incredible. Yeah, I hear that, Devin. Yeah, Bob's Burgers has been amazing. And a lot of times we find that either Amber or I identify with different things that family does. It's real scary. Like when you hear me talking to Tools and stuff, I mean, he's talking to his burgers. A lot of that same nonsense happens. Like Linda, I'm randomly singing things. Oh yeah, let's check what my sandwich video is doing. All right, who wants a extensive, detailed review? We've got Maker's Mark, a private selection chai latte. We've got Buffalo Trace. We've got Rebel Cast Strength. We've got a blended Irish whiskey called the Quiet Man. We've got Heaven's Door. This is just a random thing that I found one day. American Honey, that's like a bourbon liqueur, but we could always mix it with the Irish whiskey. We got that, what was that thing called? Smoking Loon. We got the Smoking Loon red wine. We got the Mezcal, and we got some 12-year Dewar's blended Scotch whiskey. So who wants a lame Izzo review on any of that Scotch type of evening? Okay, let's do it. Oh, I already have a cup out here. All right, so I found it. It said age 12 years. I mean, that sounded good. John Dewar and Sons Limited. Selected oak cast, double aged for extra smoothness. And I will say this is very smooth. So I haven't ordered it yet, but I have. So I've got just a couple of plain glasses here that I keep at the shop, and I've ordered a couple of. Ooh, smell that peat. All right, so I don't really know what. Cool. I'm gonna have to get some of that, or have some with you at some point. Bring it to Peek and Peek. I'll bring something too. Maybe several somethings. Actually, Devin Inman, you have not had my Weller 12-year yet, have you? I will make sure, because I've been sharing that with family, so it's a little lower than I prefer. So I'll make sure that you get some of that before it's gone, because that was a bottle lottery thing that I got to do. So I'll make sure you get to try it. Okay, so I know the Scotch is like got peat tastes in it somehow. Peat nose, peat taste. I don't know the science behind it. Maybe one of our Scotch guys can talk about it in the chat. Ooh, 5%. Okay. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna go get the power cord after all. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Oh, wrong end. There we go. Okay, so at least we got power. We're at 5%, and I'm sure that'll last the 7 minutes we're planning on going. All right, so I don't know the theory behind it. Aw, Tab, you're not old and boring. You're just old. Just kidding. We're all old and boring. All of us. So it's got a peat in it, so I don't understand. I mean, I kind of understand the idea behind the flavor. I don't know how Scotch ends up with that flavor. But yeah, it's almost like the smoke. I imagine not everyone likes that. I do. I tend to enjoy the smoke in the mezcal, in case you're wondering. I do tend to enjoy things like that. Excuse me. Really wasn't the alcohol that did that. I just kind of had to cough. Because it is very smooth. They are accurate with that description. I'll try. Honestly, the peat is very similar to the smoke in the mezcal because I just had some yesterday, day or two ago. Yesterday morning? No, I don't remember when. I'm not a whiskey snob, though. I'd have to make up some stuff, and I'm not good at that. But yeah, definitely has a distinct flavor. It's got something different that the bourbon doesn't have. Boy, that is... This time around, I haven't tried this in a couple weeks. And having had the mezcal more recently, the smoke and the peat are very similar. They're not exactly the same, but they have some similar tendencies to them. That's very interesting to me. So it's very smooth. I don't think, like, if you're a bourbon whiskey kind of guy, and you like that, this might be that extra flavor, and it might make it a little rough for you. But it's very smooth. It does go down easy. So I have the box here that it came in. And it says the flavor notes are dried fruit, citrus, and vanilla. And I get none of that. I might get a hint of the vanilla now that... And so, a lot of times with notes, that's what happens, is someone tells you what the notes they taste are, and then suddenly you can kind of differentiate those tastes. Cool. The Ruin texted me what he's drinking. Cool. So if you feel like bringing that to Peak and Peak, we can share that together. I'll make sure I bring some stuff too. And I'm sure Fun Lance will bring something to show off. He's the real bourbon snob. I hope he's not watching. I don't care if he's watching. What else? Anyone else enjoying any adult beverages this evening? And if you don't want to enjoy adult beverages, or you can't, there's not a problem with that. There's other things to enjoy. I actually just watched a video today, a bourbon YouTube channel that I watched. I think it's called SLB Bourbon Basement Bar or something like that. And they actually reviewed a bunch of zero alcohol fake whiskeys that a person that can't drink it anymore, or for whatever reason, they could make cocktails out of it. Now they tried them straight, and that's not like with a zero alcohol fake whiskey. You usually don't drink it straight. You usually just use it in cocktails. But they did it straight just so they could compare it to like the bourbons and whiskeys they drink normally. They had some interesting thoughts on them, and while they kind of agreed that you probably don't. I should get some monkey shoulder because I know I've tried that before. I've tried that with Devin and with Brad. I probably have monkey shoulder anyway, so it'd be fitting. But they had some interesting thoughts on the fake whiskeys, and like I said, it didn't seem like anything you would really drink neat, but to turn it into a cocktail that would give you the tastes of it. Or, and it might not even be like an issue where you don't drink at all. Maybe you're doing the dry January thing that some people do. Even though I talk about whiskey a lot, I'm not a heavy drinker. At least I don't think I am. Of course, maybe I have a problem. I'm just not admitting it to myself. You never know. I got beers here too. What do I got today? I know I'm low. I got the Modelo and the Negro Modelo in the fridge. Don't have any limes though. Should get some limes. Of course, how often I remember to drink them, I'll just end up with weird shrunken dry limes at the end of the week. Wow, this stream has been going on for almost 300 minutes. What is that? So is that 5 hours? Wow. Okay. Fun. I can see how it is a little bit addicting. I feel like I do have a similar personality to that Adventures by Carney guy. We just go in different routes with what our content is. I don't know if I don't think I could match his sheer charisma, but it's fun watching his channel grow. It was fun having him on the stream a little earlier this evening. I kind of got the vanilla that time. But again, I read someone else's notes. But I did kind of get the vanilla on. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. That's alright. I'm not done with my drink yet. Go away, do not disturb. I want people to be able to text me if they want. Alright, so another fun, crazy project that's going to come down the line. And I don't think I'll ever live stream it, but I'll at least make videos of it. So in the apartment we rent, there's a foyer, come up to a living room, tiny kitchen, which that I've had on videos. Long closet that Amber gets. Hey, that's alright. You'd figure it out. You'd play some sweet video games or something. You'd figure it out. Actually, you could just video Emery, and you probably have so many followers. So, long closet, short closet that actually is not a closet anymore, mostly holds the mechanicals, the heat pump and stuff. Bedroom over here, and then a room we call the well, there's a bathroom there then, too. A room we call the multi-purpose room, which is partially my closet and then partially pantry. In the back of that room, there's a little door leading to the unfinished part of the attic. So, the architect got nervous when I said I was going to do this, but maybe I'll get someone more knowledgeable than me to make sure I'm not going to ruin the house at all. But the homeowner gave me permission to build a very small office in that unfinished attic part. And it's going to be, when I'm talking small, I'm talking like 20 square foot office. But just somewhere, Amber wants me to have somewhere where I could go, have a space. If I needed a private phone call, I can do a private phone call. So hopefully, maybe this spring, late spring, early summer, hopefully I'm going to be able to turn that unfinished attic space into that room. And since it's so close to the bathroom, I'm actually going to see if I can tie into those lines and put a second toilet in our apartment, which would be great because my wife and I have different schedules. I'm just going to leave it at that. We have different schedules, and sometimes they conflict. It's not fun. And plus, the house we came from had 2 bathrooms, so schedules were never a problem. You looking at it for me, Ruin? Good. I would like that. And so what I want to do, some of the people watching, if they're still watching, like Stephen Noon, Disney fans along with me. And so my favorite place in Walt Disney World is the Mexico Pavilion. And what it is, from the outside, looks like an Incan pyramid. And you go inside, you go through a little museum, and then you go into what looks like a courtyard, always at dusk. And it looks like there's shops coming out of buildings, and the plaza has some carts with the gifts and the knickknacks for sale. And I just love that space. So what I'm going to do with that office is on the walls, on the side of the walls, like if you entered through the little door, the side behind you instead of like using drywall or something, I'm gonna actually put siding on the side of that wall, and I'm gonna make two what look like windows, but it's just gonna be LED lights. So I'm gonna make it look like the lighting is coming from a window from the building next to you. I'm gonna make it feel like you crawled out in between two houses, and then on the far wall, I'm probably gonna get like that fake brick paneling. Oh, cool. Hey, Steven. So I'm gonna probably get the fake brick paneling from Lowe's or Home Depot, and so it's gonna try to make it feel like I'm on the outside of a sided house, and in between, and like a brick house next to me. I'm gonna try to make it feel like that outdoor space, like the Mexico Pavilion. And Amber even bought me some fiber optic lights. So I'll put some dark panels in the ceiling, and I'll poke the lights through, so it feels like there's starlight above me. So if it looks half as cool as it looks in my head, it's gonna be pretty neat looking. So I'm gonna try to do that, make a goofy little office that feels like you're outside. And if I can, I'm gonna sneak a bathroom into there, and that would be great. Just have an extra pooper. That's living. And then and the woman that we live with and work for and rent from, she's all about stuff like that. So if she could somehow have 8 toilets in her house instead of just 7, she'll be thrilled. So that's so funny. She's just a single widow. But her husband set her up with a trust fund. She can live in this house until she's gone, and it's way more house than she needs, but the property's beautiful, so you know what? God bless her. Go ahead and stay there. Use that trust fund. It ain't gonna run out before she runs out. And she's a very sweet lady. I know there's some people that I've worked for, some rich people I've worked for, that I would not be able to live with. But this woman is so sweet, so she's almost feels like family. We want to take care of her and protect her, let her live her life how she wants to. And she's been very good to us, so can't complain. So we'll just keep moving on with that. That's all I got. And and if something bad ever happens, I'm just gonna come live at the shop. I'm gonna convert the second bathroom into a shower, put a Murphy bed in here somewhere, and hide from the city. That's why I have backup plans. Actually, that's also my plan if Amber ever wisens up and gets rid of me. I'll come live at the shop. But the way I describe me and Amber, always have a plan. The way I describe me and Amber, we're working on our 23rd year of marriage. I tell people we're like 2 rocks that have worn each other down, so we fit real nice together, and hopefully it'll stay that way. We're both, her with her migraines, and me with my brain fog and COVID fatigue. Like, we can't live without each other right now anyway, so yeah, we'll probably keep going for a while. Cool. Yeah, so I'll have to have you check that out. Oh, wife is texting. I did see the text. That's why I'm not home yet. Sorry, I forgot to respond. And we're going to leave all the spelling mistakes in here. She gets a kick out of that. Well, she finds it slightly amusing anyway. We'll correct some of them. That's a few too many. We'll leave that. We'll leave those 2. Okay. That was a few too many errors. Okay. So Amber has heat, so that'll be fine. So I did an audio test today. I think the only person that actually joined that live stream was the Ruin. So we tested, but some people went back and listened to it later. So we tested the Raycon. Those were decent. The hearing protection, those were muffled. And the drive with the stereo Bluetooth was horrendous. The noises the van makes was terrible. I was surprised how good the plug-in earbuds were for that live stream. Compared to how the Bluetooth speaker was. But that was a fun experiment. So that's why today just kind of left it with the with the sound for the iPad. And also some of those sounds, if I had done the Raycons or the earmuffs and I was routing right next to you, that would be unlistenable. So it's probably good we did that. That was good. I did appreciate some of the feedback from at times, knowing which tools are a little louder, which tools I should probably fade away a little bit while we're doing this thing. I was really hoping for the citrus. I don't feel this. I don't taste the citrus. I'm getting the vanilla a lot now, though. But then there's that like peat smoke at the end. It's very intriguing. We're gonna drink the Smoking Loon next time I do a live stream. We'll drink red wine the whole time I'm working, slowly but surely. I mean, 5 hours. I could do a bottle in 5 hours and not be sloshed. Steven, are you still in Florida or are you back home? I can't remember. Yep. Hopefully. A lot of times, just mostly as a joke, partially serious. Like if I do something on my honey-do list, or if I do something that I know needs to be done for the household, I'll ask, like, okay, I got such and such done. Like, can I stay another week? And we've sort of mostly jokingly talked about it. Like, she gets Dee Dee in the divorce. So if we divorce, I have to come live at the shop. She stays with Dee Dee. Although all the cars are in my name, so she has to get her own car. But yeah, that's the joke. I'll be homeless living at the shop, hoping the city doesn't come find me. She'll be living in the mansion in Gates Mills. Watching paint dry has been fun. It was surprisingly entertaining. Oh, cool. Awesome. Oh, for some reason I thought you were there recently. I must have been confused. Let's see what my sandwich is doing. I also posted a video of Splash Mountain, which closed yesterday, and I got one new subscriber from reposting that video. So success. Okay, still at 32 likes, still at 2 comments, one of which is me. We're at 1.2 thousand views. Let's look at the analytics. 1207, yeah. So that's probably plateaued. That probably won't do too much more, if any, which is fine. It was a surprise to get it up over 1,000. That's always exciting when one of my videos does that. Ooh, I'll find the cheesy one that did almost 10 grand. In case you guys didn't see it. So it's just stupid. Like, this truck said Darkwing on it. So I put the Darkwing Duck thing over and said, let's get dangerous. So where are we at with this video? Just couldn't break 10K. I'm at 9926. I did get 3 subscribers because of that silly 5-second video. That's funny. Yeah, YouTube's confusing. Let's get dangerous. YouTube is definitely confusing. Glad I don't rely on it for Oh, cool. That's a good idea. That's a way to do it. I like that. I'm not on Instagram super much. I was on there a little bit today liking some stuff. I probably should cross-platform, and whenever I post something on YouTube, I should probably post it on Instagram and Twitter. I don't know why I'm so entertained by doing this YouTube thing. Who knows? Maybe I miss being in a band. That was always fun. I am a ham. I do like being on stage. Did you get any snow recently? We just got Sunday morning. It was funny. Sunday morning we went to the Kingdom Hall, went to church. Got there at 10, just before 10. And the snow fell while we were in there. And so by the time we were ready to leave the building, there was 2 inches of snow. I am the one that's entertained. So that's how I live my life. Is I try to entertain myself, and if other people can get some enjoyment at the same time, well, I feel sorry for you, but you're welcome. That was good stuff. But yeah, it was crazy. So yesterday went in, there was no snow anywhere, and yeah, I do miss doing the band stuff too. And if you ever want to start playing again together, I'm down. We'll figure it. I mean, I need to get my schedule a little under control before I could actually join a band. But I would be down. Whatever you need me to play. You're a good bass player now too, so I might have to pretend to play guitar again, or pretend to play drums again, or we'll get your brother in there. Your brother's good. I'd be interested if you ever want to. Life's always tough. I've been weakened by COVID. You have a son. What are you gonna do? Hit some crazy open mics. Well, we should practice some weird random songs and then just hit some open mics. That would be fun. Anyone into karaoke? Oops, what do we got? Facebook page. Oh, I didn't think about Facebook. Okay, interesting. But yeah, we had thought out enough where there was no snow anywhere, and then by noon on Sunday we had 2 or 3 inches, and it fell until sometime this morning. It was still snowing. Actually, it's even snowing just a tiny bit here right now. That's right. We're both less. It's not that we're lesser men. It's just that we don't have the energy to squeeze out that band time like we used to. I don't know. I don't think I ever did it. Back when we were playing, when it was you, your brother, and Adam Kelly. What were we? Were we calling ourselves Streetlight 17? We never even got far enough to have a show. But back when we were playing like that, I don't know if I ever did it, but I had thought about, since I was pretending to play guitar, I had thought about just riding to practices on the motorcycle with the guitar strapped on my back. I'm like who needs to play? I'll just look like that guy riding the motorcycle down the down the street. Who texted me? Oh, the woman. I should probably go home at some point. But I'm not done with the Pete yet. Oh, it was Levi. Why weren't you in it? Who was on bass? Am I confused? Who was in that band? Yeah, Levi on guitar. I was pretending to play guitar. Who was on bass then? Because your brother was on drums, I think. Or was your brother on bass and Adam was on drums? My memory is so poor now. I mean, it was bad before COVID, but like now that COVID has taken my brain down a notch. I have so much respect for any parent. So Amber and I don't have kids. Enough. Oh, low battery, 5%, but that's okay. We're still charging. It'll last for a while. We're at 4%. We're gonna take this thing until the battery dies. I think maybe we'll see. Amber and I don't have kids. She's had some. Dana was on bass. Okay, why didn't I remember that? Why did I think I was in a band with you? So have we never been in a band together? We've never been in a band together. We should rectify that. But anyway, I have so much respect for anyone doing the parenting thing. Just my heart and prayers goes out to any parent, because you are doing something amazing. I can't even imagine being a parent. I mean, I'm sure you would probably tell me, like, you just make it work. You make it happen somehow. But I can't even imagine. And I can barely care for myself at this point. But yeah, so when we were first married, Amber and I wanted to have kids, but situations and health issues came up, and it's probably never going to happen. We could always adopt, but we just like enjoying your kids better and then going home at the end of the evening. It's just working out for us right now. It didn't help that I had young siblings. I like that. Yep, that's a good way to put it. And I did have young siblings, so that's sort of my excuse. Like, oh, we couldn't have kids when I was first married because I was changing my siblings' diapers. And then health and situations come up. And well, even now we think about it, like if we had a kid, um, where do we put the kid? We're in a 1-bedroom apartment. Like, do I have to go find a real job and get a real apartment? Okay, that's fine. I'm old enough. I could be your dad. So you got a good dad. Get out of here. I'll temporarily adopt you every once in a while when we're drinking here at the shop. But no, I do love seeing parents. I love seeing the not that I love seeing the struggle. I appreciate the struggle. I guess I see what you guys struggle with. Um, the things you guys do for your kids. It's awesome. It's awesome. And even Stephen Noon, I get to know him a little bit through the Discord. I know the things he's done for his kids and things he tries to do for his kids. So that's awesome. It's good stuff. I don't know what it's like. I'm just a big kid. That's the funny part. So maybe I don't know. So those of you that have parents, I don't know, or that have kids, we all have parents. Those of you that have kids, I don't know if you feel this way. Like in my mind, even when I'm feeling lousy, my mind's still telling me I'm 18. It tells me I can do all these amazing things. So I don't know if you guys feel the same way. But then I go and try to do some of these things, and my body's like, no, you are not 18. You are 44. Get over yourself. So I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Except when we're at Peak and Peak, and I've had a little too much to drink, and I try to climb the fireplace. That's always fun. I hope they got a fireplace this year. We do an annual Peak trip within the family, and I try to get in trouble at some point. Usually I do a Friday night as little as possible clothing, not naked or anything, just like not a snowboard outfit. I get jeans and a hoodie. That's what I'll do. I try to do a Friday night jeans and a hoodie down the hill. Yeah, it does. Yeah, the system's hard. That's for sure. But I tried to do a jeans and a hoodie down the hill a couple times Friday night. Usually got to get a couple drinks in me before that happens. You got to insulate against the cold. This hasn't been a great year for snowboarding, both weather-wise and time to get to somewhere that has snow. We're hoping to... usually we try to have snowboarding adventures with my father-in-law, me and Amber, and Papa Tim, and then so we're going to try to get him out before we go to Peak and Peak. We'll see what happens. Rambling. I don't know if this is entertaining. Thanks for hanging out with me. I guess it's just hanging out. It doesn't even have to be entertainment. Almost got the citrus that time. Wasn't paying attention. Almost got the citrus. Kind of was edging that way. Not like a lemon or a lime, but leaning that way. Maybe there's hope for me yet. That's true. What time is it anyway? 10:21. It's like a 20-minute drive to get home. So we're not watching 2 shows tonight. We'll probably watch 1. I'll text her right now. This is great stuff. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. Hopefully, we hope. Gonna head home in 2 minutes. You up for 1, Bob's? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Cool. So I'm going to play around with the Spotify. I'm going to see, because the music wasn't bad, but it was a lot of screamo. It was a lot of stuff that I don't normally listen to. Now I quite enjoyed some of the songs we listened to, but I'm going to see what kind of variety I can get and still keep it within that copyright free zone. And I don't know how, even though those tunes were copyright free, I don't know how YouTube's going to react to it. Obviously, they haven't shut me off, so there hasn't been anything so copyrighted that they wanted to kill the stream. But we'll see. 17, 15, and 12, man. Yep. Cool. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. That's cool. Nice. 17, 15, and 12. yeah, so I'm 44. Next sister down is 42. Next sister after that is, that's embarrassing, 33. Then Marina's 24. Logan is the youngest of us, and he's 21. There's 23 years in between us. Same parents. I always get that question. So same parents. And yeah, actually, I just bought with Logan and Marina. So Marina came over for dinner, the 24-year-old, and gave her a taste of some Buffalo Trace products. Nice. There you go. I'll be there in March. March 13th is my birthday, 45. And gave Marina some Buffalo Trace products, which she fell in love with. So I did make an order. I should have told you, Devin, that I was making an order, but either Devin, but made an order on that liquorbros.com. So we each got a bottle of Buffalo Trace, and then that's all Marina got. And then I also got the Eagle Rare, and Logan got a Sazerac Rye because he'd never had one before. So yeah, I've got the youngest siblings in with the bourbon with me. So we'll see what happens with that. It's kind of funny. Actually, I haven't got an update from those silly people. Wonder where's my booze? Give me my booze. Oops, did I finish sending that text to the wife? I don't know if I did or not. I did. Okay, cool. Couldn't remember if I hit send or not. So it would be nice. Oh, from the live stream the other day, if any of you watched it, so someone locally did call dibs on that mantle, but where they want to use it, the ends are going to be visible. So I'll have a little stream where I cap off the ends and try to match everything up. Okay, she's up for a Bob's. All right, cool. So I'm watching a Bob's Burgers and then going to bed. All right, so let's look at that timeline again. So I'm gonna be home just before 11. Probably be in bed by 11:30. Hopefully fall asleep quickly. Hopefully. So let's see. So we finished that up about 9:30 maybe. Have we been drinking for a little while? I think it was about 9:30. 9:40. It was 9:40. So next coat for that would be 4 hours. Would be. So 2 in the morning, I could coat it again. Awesome. We're closing this live stream down in a few seconds anyway. Have a good night, Steven. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. And yeah, talk to you in the Discord or on another stream. So what was I saying? Okay, so 2 in the morning would be when I could coat that again. Now, I'm not going to be crazy and try to wake up at that point. So I should probably do at least 6 hours of sleep. With my current weakness, back in the day, I could do a 2-hour nap and get right back on it. It wouldn't matter. But these days, I should probably do at least 6 hours. So what's 6 hours? So going to bed about 11:30, getting up at 5:30. That's not terrible. But I am slow. Probably would take me. So get up at 5:30 by the time I get ready. Oh, cool. We'll see you, Devin. So by the time I get ready, I'm probably not going to get here till 7:30 in the morning. So 7:30, paint it, 2 hours dry to the touch. So at 2 hours, so probably mid-morning, probably gluing the styles to the cabinet, let it sit for an hour. So I'm probably installing that cabinet around noon tomorrow. But that's okay. That's still on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, they get to... Well, I say 5:30. I'll probably hit the snooze button until 6. So 6 does sound better. I like that. Awesome. Have a good evening, everyone. But yeah, so try to wake up around 6. Try to be at the shop by 8. Coat the thing. If we're lucky, one coat does it. Dry to the touch by 10. Don't want to grab it at 10. Yeah, try to get that thing done by noon and then take it and install it. That's what we're going to shoot for. So we'll see how it goes. And then the next few days after that, I'm just staining and finishing stuff. So I'll be at the shop. If anything fun happens, I'll do a live stream. Otherwise, I'll just see you on Friday for the Friday night recap. We'll know if I'm positive for COVID by then. Probably. Cool. Have a great evening. Have a good night. Have a fantastic tomorrow. If you need anything, find me or text me or call me or show up in the Discord and do that. This video, if you want to rewatch it for some reason, it won't be available right away. I think that's a privilege when you get like 1,000 followers. So it won't be available right away, but as soon as it's available, I'll update the description so that way no one yells at me for the music, and we should be good. Thanks for hanging out at Izzo's place today. This was a heck of a live stream for me, and cool. Come again sometime.